I'm here. A little bit late. Sorry, guys. I went down to grab a coffee, and my grandma is in my face trying to explain this with Zeke. It makes no sense. Oh my lord. How's everybody doing? So I kind of got hooked on another case. I didn't watch the trial when it was on, Wade Wilson, but then I started watching those jail calls, and it was like I'm hooked, and so I went back and watched some of the trial, and I've been like for the last 2 days, I've been just trying to look into his life and see what the heck is going on with this guy. How many of you guys watched the trial, the Wade Wilson trial? What's up, Mystical Poncho? Hey, Lavender. Christine Matthews. Sarah, my girl. Yeah. So Wade Wilson, he had his trial. It was June. He got found guilty of murdering 2 women. Oh my God! Hold on 1 second, guys. Why is that up on my screen? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, he got found guilty of killing 2 women that he didn't know, he just met. Okay, Christine Melton and Diana Ruiz. So yeah, this was in 2019, October 7th, 2019. How many have watched it though? I'm just curious. How many know? Just put it in chat. How many know the case? So I'm going to go over like a quick summary, but I want to go over, there's 11 letters of support. There's so many people that are supporting this guy because he's claiming he admitted to doing it. Now he's claiming it was all this setup. So he's claiming he's innocent. So now they're trying to get, because he's going to be put to death. His sentence is supposed to be the 27th. It got pushed off. It was supposed to be like last month, and then it got pushed off till August 27th because they wanted to do some mental health evaluations. They wanted to do an MRI. They think he has like frontal lobe damage and stuff because he's had a lot of concussions in his life. He's had 2 car accidents. He is like, he's crazy. So he murders 2 people. He murders Christine. He meets her at a bar, and he goes back to her house. Well, he goes to this guy's, Jason's house that he met at the bar. They do a bunch of coke. Her friend and him and Jason go back to Jason's house. Christine and him have sex, hook up, and then he ends up going back to her house till like 6 in the morning or so. She falls asleep, and he decides that he wants to just strangle her. No reason, have no idea. Just to do it, I guess. Takes her car, her phone. Finds his girlfriend at the time was Melissa. Her real name is. They call her Mila. She has a spa. Finds her. I guess he says he's trying to tell her what happened. Ends up punching her, attacking her. Somebody calls the cops, and one of the businesses next, sees it, calls the cops. So the cops are there. He leaves. Picks up Diana Ruiz on the street. She's walking to work. Asks for directions. Some reason, which we'll never know why, but she gets in his car I guess for a ride. So she gets in his car. And I don't mean like I'm blaming her, but I'm just curious how that all happened for her to get into it was early in the morning, but I think at the time he probably didn't have, because I don't think he had a shirt on. I'm trying to think if he would have had a shirt on at that time. Because I feel like I don't think he would have had his shirt on. He had no shoes on. Probably looked so distraught. So I don't know. He asked her for directions. She some reason gets in the car, right? And then he says, supposedly, they say she was going to get out, and he sensed she was getting afraid and she was going to leave, and he just strangles her, right? Throws her out of the car. She gets out of the car, and then he runs her over a bunch of times. Runs her over. No, I know he asked for directions, but why did she get in the car? You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious how that all happened. Where, because then like he's like, oh, I'll give you a ride. Like he said, oh, I'll give her a ride to work. But then it's like, you know, did he force her in the car? Did she willingly get in the car? You know, with a stranger? I just wonder how that whole interaction took place. You know what I'm saying? Because he probably looked distraught. I mean, didn't have a shirt on, I think, at the time, right? Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, still, like, okay, so she gets to the car, freaking dang, and then she probably sensed like this or something. Yeah, not right. And anyway, so he strangles her, runs her over a bunch, freaking. Uh, he didn't come in the face of me. No, I know he didn't, Casey. I know he didn't. I'm not saying that, but I don't think he had a shirt on. He probably was. He was up all night. I'm not like blaming her. I'm just curious. I want to know the interaction. Like, if he's like, if he kind of tried to like push her into coming in the car, you know what I'm saying? Or if she willingly, he's like, oh yeah, I'll get in and show you real quick. Or was it more like, oh yeah, it's down there, but I'm on my way to work. And then if he's just like, no, will you please get in? Or like, I'm just curious. It doesn't matter. I mean, he's a jerk. He's psycho. I'm not trying to like say anything like that, but I like to know every detail of like how that happened. Um, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I don't get. Like, cause he was up all night, he was acting like crazy. I mean, didn't he? I'm pretty sure at the time he probably didn't have his shirt on and his shoes on, right? So maybe she was even a little scared where he's just like, can you get in? And she was afraid because he was like, who knows how that happened. But yeah, she got in the car and he's sick. He's a sick guy. I didn't even get to say hi to anybody. Hold on. Did I say hi to people? Casey, Soul, hey Dragonfly, hey Austin, Alicia, Serendipity. I said hi to you, Sarah. I love that picture. It's so pretty. Um, Annabelle. Hi, Paige. But lesson, yeah, don't get in the car with anybody, no matter how cute or innocent they seem. I mean, man. Hey, Dark Horse. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm still learning. I haven't watched all the trial. I've watched, as much as I could so far because it just got me interested. I'm like, what is with this guy? But where was I at? So yeah, so she presses charges at first, Mila. We're going to read that incident report. I could probably just read that now. You guys want me to read the report? No, that was from 2019, actually. That was from another, or from July. That was from another incident. The first incident, there's another domestic violence against him, which I'm going to read that too. But yeah, then he ends up escaping. 3 years ago, he escaped from jail. And I remember, do you guys remember, like we brought up the pictures, I swear I talked about it on a video. Like it wasn't about that, but like we were talking and somebody said something, like I brought the pictures. And once I saw the picture, I'm like, oh my God, I remember when that happened. He escaped with another guy. Of course they caught him. Let's watch a few videos here so you guys people that could put a face if you guys don't know who he is. And um oh. I have a bunch of videos. I have documents. I don't know. I'm going to do like a variety. It's probably going to be a couple parter. It's going to do a little bit of everything, a little bit of documents, a little bit of videos. Yeah, here, let's watch a couple videos on the escape real quick. Actually, I'm going to play it from over here. Share. Yeah, it's definitely, it drew me in. I'm like, dang, because it's interesting because I want to know what the heck happened to this guy. Like, why is he? like that. And we're going to go over some of the family history that's known too. But let me play a couple videos of the escape real quick. Where is it? Video body cam. No. Here we go. We'll play this one. No.
The man accused of murdering 2 women in Cape Coral just tried to escape from jail, but Wade Wilson didn't get too far. Thanks for watching NBC2. I'm Peter Bush.
And I'm Kelly Burns. Wilson is accused of 2 brutal murders in Cape Coral almost a year ago to the day. Police say Wilson went on a drug-fueled killing spree, murdering 2 women in 48 hours. Christine Melton on the left and Diane Ruiz closest to me. Tonight, Wilson, along with his cellmate Joseph Katz, are in even more trouble. Reports say they tried to smash through a window and break out of jail. NBC2's Ashley Dyer is live at the jail right now on Ortez Avenue, showing us how deputies caught the pair.
Wade Wilson is accused of viciously murdering Ruiz and Melton last October. Less than a year later, he faces new charges. Deputies say last night, Wilson tried to break out of the jail through a window. Last night, Wade Wilson, who faces 2 first-degree murder charges, and his cellmate, Joseph Katz, tried to pull a get-out-of-jail-free card.
The window in particular in question, they started to remove some of the weather stripping, okay, and they started to work on that window with a couple of bolts.
You can see the damage in the bottom right corner.
This just proves that he's not a good person.
Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino says the men plan to use a window as their escape route. The sheriff calling it a failed attempt from the start.
There was no way to get through that window physically, even if it was open, okay? Furthermore, we have a series of layers after that they would have to penetrate to get out, and that's not happening.
The attempt to flee his prison cell comes almost 1 year exactly after Melton and Ruiz were found dead. Diane's boyfriend can vividly remember.
October 7th was the day he killed her and she became missing. So I'm not looking forward to that day.
Ruiz was found dead in a field in northwest Cape Coral. Melton found dead inside of her home.
She was a funny girl, you know. She was always happy. She was just super nice. Yeah, she was a good girl.
Debbie McCabe lived right next to Christine.
Christine was a really, really quiet person. And I could hear beer bottles hitting the garbage.
And was home the night she was murdered.
I didn't see him. I heard him.
After Christine was killed, Debbie installed an alarm system.
I just can't imagine him being out again. He scared me.
As family and friends continue to grieve the loss of Melton and Ruiz, they're relieved to know Wade Wilson will be sleeping right where he woke up, behind bars.
He should be locked away for the rest of his life.
In addition to the 2 first-degree murder charges that Wilson faces, he and Katz now also face attempt to escape a prison and criminal mischief charges. I'm live in Lee County, Ashley Dyer, NBC2.
Wade Wilson has a pretty disturbing record. He was already a felon before the murders of Diane Ruiz and Christine Melton. Wilson had been arrested several times in Lee and Palm Beach counties. He's accused of raping another woman he was dating in Fort Myers. He was arrested for that, but once again bonded out. He's also accused of stealing from his girlfriend and pawning her stuff. After he bonded out that time, he kept skipping court dates. NBC2 spoke with Wilson's ex-girlfriend on the phone when he was arrested for the murders last year. Just listen to some of the horrible things she says he did.
Tied me up in the back of my own car and tied my mouth shut and my arms and legs and beat the crap out of me.
He has 2 sides to him. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He absolutely can be the sweetest guy that you've ever met in your whole life. But he's also a monster.
Count on NBC2 to stay on top of this story for you.
Yeah. He is crazy. Here, I want to play one more thing here. I'll play a couple more videos, then we'll go through some documents. I want to play. Let's do. Here, this is actually. You can't really hear that much. It's from the trial. I'm going to play the part where they show part of the body cam. So the cops go up to his window and know that there was like a domestic violence thing going on. And they go up to his car and try to talk to him, try to get him to come out. He doesn't come out of the car. So I guess he ends up just like driving off, and they couldn't follow him, or they followed him, but couldn't like stick, continue following him because it was just a misdemeanor charge, I guess. Here, let me play it.
As it's depicted, and your car was backed into a spot, say next to the white car right there.
How you doing? What's going on, man?
Yes.
You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. So. Oh, okay. She's on her way now. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. L41 to bike 5. ETA? Copy up 10-12. I'll explain it to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. How about this morning? Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's going to happen. Is the car running? Shut the car off for me. It's off. I'm going to detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on. Wait, you don't want any trouble for me? Okay? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have you step out of the car, and I'm going to detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now. Okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Bike 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you. Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery? Okay. I will. No. Just relax. Let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car. Keys. Keys. Wait, we're not going to have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car. Wait. Just wait till my partner gets here. L41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey.
Takes off.
Don't do it.
And I'm going to stop it here. So he says he basically follows him a little bit, but there was a lot of traffic and he couldn't continue following him because it wasn't a felony. This wasn't the murder yet. This was just the assault on Mila. So they said he couldn't do anything else. So, yeah. But he ends up calling his dad and telling his dad what he did. And his dad ends up, calling it in or whatever. And he actually ends up going to another person's business, old friend or associate, and tells him that he killed people. So he told his dad that he killed people. He told this other guy he killed somebody. Then or people, I don't know how he worded it, but and then on the phone on the when he was already in jail, he told Mila he did, and now he's denying. He's saying he's innocent and he was set up. This is what he's saying now. And now he's got the death sentence. And wait till we read the letters. You'll see people are like really thinking he's innocent. They think he's innocent. Like a lot of people are like, well, there's all these discrepancies and stuff. And it's like, come on. So his thing is that he did come across both of these women. Like he went to the Christine's house. He asked Diane for directions, but somebody else killed them when they have no connection. These two ladies have no connection to each other. Yet he saw both of them that morning, and he's expecting people to believe that somebody else killed them. And there are people that believe that. That's the crazy thing. There's people that believe it. Wait, what's going on? Yeah, you better believe it. Okay. So I'm going to play one more video and then we're going to read some stuff. Okay. One more, guys. Just so you guys kind of get a feel. I'm going to play one now where he's in jail. He's already arrested and he like reaches out to reporters. He's like talked to a few different reporters doing interviews, trying to, I think he likes the attention, right? I'm trying to find the one that I want here. It's this one, yeah. So I'll let him speak for himself here and see what you guys think. There we go.
The first time you are hearing from an accused killer from behind bars. Wade Wilson is charged with killing 2 Cape Coral women. It's been nearly 4 years since Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz were murdered.
Over the last 6 months or so, Wilson sent letters to NBC2 making some wild accusations, from claiming his innocence to a conspiracy that reaches the depths of Lee County institutions. Did you kill Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
We wasted no time getting straight to the point. For a man potentially facing death, Wade Wilson had a lot to say. His appearance today is much more sinister than some of his early court hearings when he was first charged with murder more than 3 years ago.
I'm not a monster. Yeah, I'm not a saint either by any means. I've made bad decisions in the past, of course.
He admits he met Christine at a bar during a night of drinking and spent the night at her Cape Coral home. But he claims he left the next morning and she was alive.
Even your own father testified that you called him saying you met Melton at a bar, you spent the night together, you went back to her house, and you didn't know why, but you choked her, rolled her up in a carpet. How do you explain that?
Right. Well, those things that were said to my father, they were said by me. Of course, they were false too.
Cape Coral police say while driving Melton's car, Wilson picked up mother of 2, Diane Ruiz, choked her, and ran her over multiple times. As for the confessions to his father,
I was forced. That wasn't a call that I willingly wanted to make.
Wilson claims it's all part of a conspiracy being covered up, one that he's trying to expose. He says he was recruited from Key West to be part of a crime organization in Lee County.
A lot of things that we were doing from Key West to Fort Myers, including the human trafficking, including, various other things, prostitution with the women, drug trafficking.
Wilson says some of the prostitution was happening at a local spa, and he can prove there was nefarious activity happening there.
What's the proof?
Cell phone records will show, text messages will prove, and these are things that my lawyers already have.
When I called Wilson's lawyer, he wouldn't answer any of my questions. I'm not sharing the name or location of the spa. Wilson claims Lauren DeMolo worked there, Cape Coral's most well-known missing persons case. She hasn't been seen since 2020. Wilson says high-profile people use that spa, and some of the people involved in the alleged crime ring are testifying against him in his murder trial.
I am the loose end that is so easily just X'd out.
Talking with Wilson, it really does appear like he's trying to curry favor and save his own life. He talked a lot about former Lee County Sheriff Mike Scott. I talked with Scott on the phone. He told me Wilson's allegations are outlandish and not true. So now let's talk about that alleged crime ring. Fort Myers police told me they haven't found anything regarding human trafficking. Cape Coral police said the Lee County Sheriff's Office and the state attorney's office are aware of his claims, but they're not looking into it because it didn't happen within their jurisdiction. LCSO said they couldn't answer my questions, and same with the state attorney's office. And as far as Wilson's claims about Lauren DeMolo, Cape Coral police said they don't think there's any connection between the two because Wilson was locked up before DeMolo disappeared.
No, his teeth, it's still like that. He doesn't open his mouth enough in trial too much where you see it a lot, but it is. Well, at least in the trial, you could still see it. You could catch it when he opens his mouth enough. Yeah. It was from a fight. Because if you see some old pictures, his teeth do not look like that. Here, I'll show you some old pictures of him. He was a cute guy, but now he just looks like a psycho. I mean, he was a nice looking guy. I don't think he has any more with the way he looked at the trial, personally. He just has like, I don't know. He just looks like almost like psychoness, but like, and it's not even because like, you know what he did. Like, look at the pictures, the way he used to look compared to, there's something in his eyes even, I feel like. Hold on, let me show you what I mean. Let me share my screen real quick. All right. All right, let me share. Oh, shoot. See, like, look. He just looks like he's a nice looking guy. Yeah, now it's like he's just whoa, shoot. I forgot. Here, we'll play this. TikTok. Well, they go so fast. Dang it, hold on. Let's try to pause. I don't understand why why you do it so fast. Why would they do it so fast? You can't even see them. Is the point to see the pictures, right? Okay. Oh. Oh, something is. I think he does have frontal lobe damage. So I was looking if it necessarily, does it have to show in like MRIs, CAT scans? Does it have to show? Because, they said there's nothing really showing, but they think he has frontal lobe damage. So I was trying to do a little quick research the last few minutes, but maybe tomorrow I'll look more into that. Because they think he's had playing sports growing up. He has had a lot of concussions. He got in 2 car accidents, and they think he might have frontal lobe damage. Let's go through some of the family history real quick. I just wanted to show you a few pictures here. Some of these are doubles. But I heard like that didn't he get jumped at least for sure one time in prison, maybe a couple times. I wonder if that's when he lost his teeth or his tooth. I mean, it looks like somebody knocked it out. All right, so let's just go through. I'll just go through that Reddit. It is a good timeline. For those of you guys that aren't familiar with it, for his history and stuff. We'll share this real quick. All right. There we go. Okay, so Florida convicted murder. I'm not sure who wrote this, but somebody did a really good job. So they did it. It says Wade Wilson background based on news sources, trial footage, and online interviews of Wade. The following is noted. Okay, so let me read this real quick. This says on the 7th of October, Wade Stephen Wilson murdered 2 women, Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, in Cape Coral, Florida. Wade met Christine for the first time at the Buddha, a night spot, on October 6, 2019. The next day, while she was asleep, he strangled her to death and took her car. Later that morning, he encountered Diane Ruiz while she was walking to work, and he asked her for directions. Once in his car, Wade strangled Diane. When he saw that she had not died, he ran her over multiple times with the car. The same morning, he also viciously attacked his ex-girlfriend, Mila Montanez, and tried to drag her into the car. She managed to escape, and the police were called. Wade was arrested on October 8th, where he has since remained behind bars. So he was born May 20th, 1994. His birth parents were 14 and 15 years old when they found out of the pregnancy, and 15 and 16 when he was born. His biological mother struggled with mental health issues and addiction. His parents went to church with the Wilson family, who had 2 daughters of their own. They adopted Wade sometime after birth. By his adoptive family's account, he was well-adjusted and an active member of the family as a child. At age 13, his family said he completely changed. He became paranoid, reclusive, and by Wade's own admission, became a heavy drug user. On one occasion, he was paranoid as he felt people were watching his family and wanted the blinds closed. On another occasion, he was paranoid that there was an entity in the garage. His father did not understand there had to be anything. His father did not understand there had to be anything in the garage. The police were called and noted the same. At the age 13, he was subject to the Baker's Act because his adoptive dad found drugs. He was released the next day. Throughout his schooling, he received good or okay grades, A, B's, or C's, and was great at sports. As a child adolescent, he sustained multiple head injuries from playing sports, some of these resulting in a concussion. He was suspended from school for selling drugs. At age 18, and again at age 20, he sustained head injuries from car accidents where the car he was in collided with a tree. At least one of these led to a concussion. He had CT scans performed multiple times due to various sports and car accidents. The CT scans never showed any fracture or bleeding. MRIs were not performed. MRIs show more detailed info on the brain. Since I didn't watch all the trial, they said they're waiting on getting an MRI before the sentencing, and they're waiting on mental health evaluations and stuff. So he's never had an MRI yet then, has he? Does anybody know for sure? Because they said they're waiting on to get that. So I don't know if he has had that. Because if not, maybe that will show something. There's something not right in his head. I think this gonna show. I think there's some kind of damage. I really do. He was in and out of prison as a young adult. Starting in 2010, he was charged for 20 different crimes, including assault and fraud. While in prison awaiting trial for the murders, he tattooed a swastika on his head and on his face. When asked about this in prison phone interview, he refused to address the topic, which we're going to listen to that. So there was a reporter that called and interviewed him, and she asks him about it. And he's like, he didn't want to talk about it, but he also was going to meet her in person and do an interview or whatever, and said he would give her more information when they met. But Wade's biological father stated that at age 18, Wade reached out to him to connect, and they spoke over the phone usually, and that Wade would constantly reach out when he needed something, or, something, money, whatever. It's all about, him. You need something? Let me call my dad. The prison records, mental health, noted many diagnoses, including depression, anxiety, schizoaffective disorder, a combination of bipolar and schizophrenia, defiance disorder, and antisocial personality disorder. Wade self-reported depression and mania in prison. He reported to Dr. Mills that he was previously diagnosed with ADD, and to the police, he reported bipolar. There was an additional incident in jail where Wade was jumped by 3 other inmates, leading to another head injury. During the trial, the defense presented 2 expert witnesses, Dr. Hyman Eisenstein, neuropsychologist, and Dr. Mark Mills, forensic psychiatrist. They conducted testing on Wade in addition to reviewing prison mental health records, school records, CT scans, and speaking with his adoptive family. Dr. Eisenstein concluded that Wade likely has significant frontal lobe impairment affecting executive functioning. So that's what I'm saying. They say he has it, but I want to know, was there anything that they saw in the images? I'm interested when they get that MRI, because I think that's going to show something. But yeah, frontal lobe is responsible for impulse control, organization, problem solving, emotional regulation, and motor skills, and concluded there was impairment to the right side of the brain as well. Dr. Mills concluded that Wade suffered from a psychotic disorder, however, couldn't more specifically define, as Wade was uncooperative in interviewing. The prosecution contested and said that the CT scan did not show fracture injury. Again, MRI would have provided more info on the brain. They contended that he was not receiving any antipsychotic medication. Their view was that a mental health condition, psychosis, or brain injury cannot be used as a mitigant, and that his excessive and prolonged drug use can't be ruled out as a responsible or contributing behaviors or symptoms exhibited. I mean, I know it can't be used, but I wonder if it can be as far as putting him to death, Say hi to some people here who came in. Hey, Arl Frost. Hey, Pink. Hey, Christina. Who else? Oh, I think that's all new people. Oh, Brianna. Hey. Okay. So where are we at? Wade and his cellmate stand accused of attempting to escape from jail, stemming from an incident in 2020. Throughout these court records, Wade was tied to the white supremacy prison gang, Unforgiven. Wade stands accused of being involved in an attempt to traffic drugs into jail, stemming from an incident in 2023. Both Ziploc bags discovered outside the prison and connected to the case tested positive for methamphetamine. While in jail, he wrote numerous letters to NBC2 for an interview. During the video interview, he stated that he was being framed for the murders by the organized crime ring, and that's the video we just watched because that was NBC. He was a part of. He said this ring was responsible for human trafficking and drug trafficking. Authorities for county said there was no evidence of any such organized ring. While in jail, another inmate tried to hire Wade to orchestrate a murder hit on his inmate's ex. Wade reported this to the jail authorities. So I think the only reason he reported this is because he wanted to try to get something out of it. I think he was hoping that it would benefit him in his case because it was before the trial. So he reported it. So I guess we're going to watch a video on it, but the guy, he has a funeral home, and he had a safe, and everything matched. There was a safe, and the combination matched. So, I mean, I think it was legit. The guy really tried to hire him and like wrote in the note all that information, and Wade turned it in, basically told on him. But there's no way he did that out of the goodness of his heart to save this lady's life. It was probably because he wanted something in return for his case. You know, make it look good, so then he's thinking it would help him for what he's going through, you know. That's just my opinion. What do you guys think? Yeah, maybe R.L. Frost. I mean, I'm sure it's making enemies in there, you know, and making friends. But okay, so a former girlfriend, Kelly Matthews, has spoken out to the media, and we're going to watch a few interviews with her. She has also done a TikTok video discussing details of her abuse. I think that's the one you found me, right, Sarah? The TikTok one, huh? She states she dated Wade in 2018 and 2019. He was not abusive for the first 6 months. Sometime in 2019, this changed. He tied her up, drove her hours away to the Florida Keys, and SA'd her. She drove back and reported it to the police immediately. However, they failed to take it further. She states he originally told her his name was Steven. She only found out his name was actually Wade when she received a letter in the mail, and it was addressed to Wade and discussed his daughter. She stated that a previous girlfriend of his also reported that he SA'd her. However, from what I understand, the charges were dropped or didn't go further. She states that he dated a man after their relationship, and he stabbed him. She stated that in the beginning he was not using drugs. However, he was towards the end of their relationship. Wait, what is that saying? He dated a man or she dated? I'm confused what this is saying. Who did he stab? I don't know, guys. I don't know if she's saying he dated a man or she dated a man and he stabbed a man and she was dating, or he dated a man and then stabbed him. I don't know. At one point, she found a crack pipe at home. In the prison phone interview, he stated that he has children. And based on the video from his ex-girlfriend, he at least has one child, though others online have said he has two children. Hey, JR Nana Boomer, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Glad you made it. Hey, Jean Marie O'Mahony. That's a fun name to say. Hey, time traveling hobgoblin. That's a fun one too. Everybody say that. Time traveling hobgoblin. It's a very unique name. And then we have the Jean Marie O'Mahony. Sounds like a song. Jean Marie. Oh, anyway. All right, where are we at? So he admitted to the killings in his original police interview. So he admitted to the police, to his biological father, to his ex-girlfriend Mila, but then recanted. His biological father testified against him in trial and noted Wade telling him about the killings. He was excited. He was wanting me to feel the same way he was feeling. He would have done it again. He is right where he belongs, in custody. In June 2024, he was convicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder. The jury recommended the death penalty. The judge will ultimately determine his sentence 23rd of July, which they pushed off to August 27th. Okay, so that's a little bit of a history of the family. Now, let's read the incident from 2019. It was in July, I believe. It's another domestic violence so it was like a couple months before these murders and before his other charge against Mila. And it's against her because her real name is Melissa. Melissa Lynn Montanez is her. They call her Mila, but her real name is Melissa. So it's against her, and it's from what did I say? It's July or June or July. Hold on. July. Booking date is July 1st. Jail date, July 1st. So the murders was October 7th. So 3 months before the murders and 3 months before his other assault on her, we have this one. So I'm going to read the narrative here. All right. So June 30th is when it happened. 2019. All right, let me take a sip of water real quick. How's everybody doing? Okay. On June 30th, 2019, the Lee County Sheriff's Office received a call for service in Bonita Springs, Florida, in reference to a past occurred assault. Deputy Castro made contact with the victim, Melissa, a white female. The victim stated to Deputy Castro that he has been in a sexual relationship with her boyfriend, or that she has been in a sexual relationship with her boyfriend, Wade Wilson, a white male with a date of birth, May 20th, 1994. Within the last 2 weeks, the victim disclosed that Wilson has physically battered her on several occasions. In one of those incidents, the victim attempted to flee from Wilson, but was caught after Wilson ran after her. Wilson then choked her to the point of unconsciousness, where he then tied her hands behind her back and placed her in a vehicle. Wilson then drove her back. Wait a minute. Why is this saying, hold on a second. Because this sounds like the Kelly incident. Victim disclosed Wilson is physically battered on. Well, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. I don't know. I'll finish reading it. See, because I didn't actually read it. I just kind of like looked over it real quick to see the main, like what date and stuff. So I figured, because it says Melissa, I figured it was against her. But like, did he do the same exact thing to her that Kelly? This sounds like the Kelly thing is what I'm saying. So let me continue here. Where are we at? Okay, so in one of those instances, the victim attempted to flee from Wilson, but was caught after Wilson ran after her. Wilson then choked her to the point of unconsciousness, where he then tied her hands behind her back and placed her in a vehicle. Wilson then drove her back to the residence. Once back at the residence, he placed the victim into a boat and placed his penis into her anus. Okay, yeah, this is a different one. This isn't the Kelly one. So wait a minute. When they're on the phone and she's talking about how, like, Kelly was saying that, God, how is she going to stay with this guy? So without the victim's consent. So basically, because he did that to Kelly, he tied her hands up, choked her, but she was in a car. So this is a little bit different. He brings Melissa to a boat. Wow. Wow. Are you guys, how's everybody doing? Anyway, where are we at? So he placed his penis into her anus without the victim's consent. Due to the nature of the crime, Detective Nees with the Lee County Sheriff's Office Special Victims Unit responded and assumed the investigation. Detective Nees conducted a digitally recorded sworn statement with the victim. The victim told the detective that she has been dating Wilson for approximately 15 days, and they have been living together almost the entire time. Wait, only dating for 2 weeks and you're going to let him treat you like that and stay with him? You got to be kidding me. Tied her up. Hi, Elvin. Wow. Before they moved, they were renting a hotel rooms from the county. around the county. The victim informed Detective Nees that her memory of events is not the best due to her consuming a lot of Jack Daniels liquor over the last 2 weeks. During the course of their relationship, the victim and Wilson typically engaged in consensual sexual acts multiple times a day, consisting of oral, vaginal, and intercourse. Okay, so where are we at? Approximately 12 days ago, the victim does not remember exact dates. The victim stated that Wilson became upset over a text message on her phone. The victim stated that Wilson grabbed her by the neck and choked her to the point where she was in and out of consciousness. When the victim regained full consciousness, she attempted to run away from Wilson but was unsuccessful at getting away. Wilson observed another text message on her phone, to which he again became angry and began to choke her during this incident. The victim is unsure if she lost consciousness or if she only pretended to lose consciousness to thwart any further abuse. On approximately June 23rd, 2019, the victim and Wilson were in the vehicle when he became upset at her over text messages. The victim decided to attempt to flee because she did not want to be harmed by Wilson. Wilson grabbed her skirt as she attempted to exit the vehicle and pulled it off of her. The victim stated that she ran a short distance seeking help with only a shirt on due to her not wearing underwear on this day. Wilson caught up to her and choked her until she passed out. Wilson then tied the victim up with a form of cord, binding her hands behind her back. When Wilson attempted to tie her feet, she began to kick and cry, at which point he stopped trying to tie her feet. Wilson placed the victim into the vehicle and drove her back to the residence on Oak Run Lane. The victim could not remember how she was positioned in the vehicle, but believed she was in the front seat with her head toward his lap. The victim said that she was blindfolded during this incident by an unknown object, which she could not see through. The victim was taken to a boat that was located at the dock at the back of the property, where Wilson pushed her into the boat. Wilson then told the victim that he was teaching her a lesson and began to penetrate her anus with his penis. Wow. The victim does not recall if Wilson used a condom, but does not believe so because he had not used one up to this point. After this was over, Wilson took the victim back to the car and told her that the pain was over. You guys all right? I should have trigger warning. I didn't realize. Okay, so yes. This is Mila. Yeah, this is Melissa. This is the one that they were together at the time where he attacked her that day. But this is from like 3 months before the murder. She's reporting all this stuff from the prior like couple weeks, which is crazy. On June 30th, while on US 41 in Fort Myers, Wilson began to get angry with the victim. The victim began being in fear of Wilson, exited the vehicle, and fled on foot. Wilson chased the victim in the vehicle and attempted to cut her off to evade Wilson and place a call to one of her friends to come get her. The victim said that she has had consensual sex with Wilson since the incident where he sexually battered her. The victim also said all the sexual intercourse that they had was consensual, other than the one time on the boat where he forced himself. The victim refused the services of the crisis center. Detective Nees provided the victim a victim's right pamphlet with contact numbers to different services if she decides at a later date she would like to use them. Detective Nees observed several bruises to the victim's bodies consistent with physical struggle. The victim on her right shoulder area had a bruise where she stated that Wilson had bit her when she was tied up due to her trying to get away. You know what? Actually, here, let me just show you what she looks like so you guys can have a visual picture before I finish all this. I always like to know, like, who, you know what I'm saying? Like, who we're talking about. So we're going to watch her testimony sometime too. So, but I'll just like show a screenshot from that real quick. Hold on one second. And we'll finish reading it. Mm-hmm. No, not this one. I think it's right here. No. I have so many. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Actually, I think I could find it in here. Can't find the other one I had. Dang it. Where did I put it? Hold on a second. I had that because we're going to watch it. Now I can't. Oh, should we give me my makeup? No. Hold on, guys. Just give me 1 minute. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. Sorry. Here. This is her who we're talking about right now. This was his girlfriend at the time when it happened. And this is the one that's... Yeah, that's her. Okay, so we'll finish reading the incident report. Now, if I'm remembering, which, I mean, it doesn't matter, but was her birthday was 80, because I think she's like, what, 12 years older than him, I think, I think I just realized that reading these documents, because it said her birthday. Hold on one second. I'm on page 6. I just want to see, because his birthday is 94. Her 82, because she's a year younger than me. Yeah, so she's like 12 years older than him. Okay. All right, so let's continue this. So trigger warning, guys, because this definitely could trigger people. Hey, Michelle. If you're old, Sarah, then I'm a grandma. No, I guess I'm not that much older than you, but still, I'm still, you know. Yeah, Sarah. So the calls, you could tell, are like right after it happens, like soon after. So the testimony, the trial was just how many years later? That would be 2019. That'd be 5 years later the trial is. So it's a big time difference. Yeah. All right. Okay, so where are we at? So the detective Nees observed several bruises to the victim's body consistent with a physical struggle. The victim on her right shoulder area had a bruise where she stated that Wilson had bit her when she was tied up due to her trying to get away. The left arm had another bruise that she could not say exactly what caused it, but stated it was while attempting to escape him. There is a bruise on her leg, which she stated she believes came from the boat when she was pushed onto it. The victim's face had bruising to both eyes, where she stated that Wilson had punched her in the face and hit her with her own phone several times while in the bathroom of the residence. Detective Nees took digital photographs of all visible injuries. There were no visible injuries around her neck area or wrists. The victim stated that she did not contact law enforcement because she loves Wilson. And other than these incidents, he is a good guy. The victim stated that she does not wish to see Wilson again. Well, I want to read that again. The bruise. So the victim's face had bruising to both eyes, where he punched her in the face, hit her with her phone several times. Wow. So she was all beaten up pretty good, man. Both eyes, too. Dang it, man. Okay, so at approximately 1:35 hours on July 1st, 2019, so that'd be 1:35 a.m. in the morning. Detective Nees responded to Oak Run Lane to attempt to locate the boat where this sexual battery occurred. The victim informed Detective Nees that the boat was at the dock at the end of the property in the water, and the victim showed detectives a photograph of the dock where the boat was supposed to be tied up at. Detective Nees located the dock that was shown by the victim. However, there was no boat there. The victim does not know who the boat belongs to. The victim also stated that she has not been back to the house in several days, so she is unsure if the boat is still there. Wilson was not located at the residence and is unable to be located at this time. Due to the victim knowing Wilson in a sexual relationship, Detective Nees used a single photo to confirm Wilson's identity. The victim confirmed the photograph, but also provided a more recent photograph. Due to the totality of events to include the victim's statement and the bruises on the victim's body, Detective Nees believes that there is a probable cause to charge Wilson with the following violations of Florida state statute: battery, touch, or strike. All right, let's see what this is. On June 30th, 2019, they received a call. This is going to be, this is Castro. Just different officers telling their account on what happened. So we don't have to read them all. I just want to kind of skim through it and see if there's anything that looks different that he could have witnessed that the other one didn't. Yeah, it looks like pretty much the same thing. They're probably both standing there. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So, really good guy, huh? Jerk. All right. Yeah, right. I didn't even catch her height. She's 5'2". Hi, Lurker Laura. All right, so next let's play another video here. All right, show. One second. Did I play that one? Yeah, that's the one I played. All right, let's watch her testimony now that we just read that incident report. Now remember, this is that narrative from a couple months prior. Then there's another thing that happens that day of the murders where he attacks her. Actually, hold on. Let me see if there's a report we could read about that. So that's battery, touch, or no, that's 2019. Hold on. Battery, domestic violence from that same day. Hold on 1 second. Let's see what she says about that. Give me 1 minute. I got timed out, so I got to go back in there again. All right. Yeah, let me just see if they have not a nice, but an incident report type narrative that we could read for this. 1 second, guys. They might not. Sometimes they don't have everything. Yeah, this is just present, not guilty. Wow, he was not guilty on that. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going through the files to see if there's anything that gives like a, yeah, here we go. Here it is. All right, let's do it. So this is from the 3 months later, the day of the murder. So when he murdered the other two girls, in between, kills Christine, attacks Mila, and then kills Diana. So 3 women. He may have killed Mila if she would have gotten in the car. You never know. All right, so let's read this. So I haven't read any of this. All right. And then after this, like I said, we will, here, let me download it real quick. We'll watch her testimony at the trial. I just want to save it so I can just pull it up under my saved files. All right. So this is battery cause bodily harm. Yeah. So it says 6'4" here for him, but sometimes like we learn with these documents, they'll be off. Like one will say one, it'll be like off. All 3 or all of them have different ones. So I didn't happen to catch it. The other one said 6'6", Sarah. So 215 pounds. And then, okay, on October 7th, let me make sure this is cause bodily harm. I'm trying to find where it says the victim. All right, I'm just going to start reading. So trigger warning, I'm sure is needed. So on October 7th, 2019, hold on, let me take this comment off here real quick. 1 second. All right. On October 7th, 2019, at 8:48 a.m., several officers of the Fort Myers Police Department responded for a male and female fighting. Fort Myers Division received multiple 911 calls in reference to the same information. The caller stated that a male was fighting with a female and dragging her around outside in front of the businesses. The caller said that the female kept yelling no repeatedly. The male was described as a dark male with tattoos, short hair, and dark colored shorts. The female was described as possibly in her 30s with blonde hair. Officer Timothy McCormick was assigned primary to the investigation. They arrived on scene, spoke with the female that was involved in the physical altercation. She was later identified as white female blank, which it's Melissa Montanez or whatever. And then was with another female Amy. And they were friends and have known each other for about 6 to 7 years. So Slobozian spoke with officer about what happened in a sworn statement. Below is a summary of her interview to include but not limited to. She drove blank home with her from the Buddha bar last night, October 6th. I'm just going to fill it in. She let Mila sleep on the couch. On October 6th, Mila and her boyfriend were in an argument and he left her. She drove Mila back to blank. When they arrived at Mila's business, Montanez's boyfriend pulled into the parking lot and attacked her. When the boyfriend exited the vehicle, he didn't put the car in park, and the car rolled into an unoccupied vehicle, causing minor damage. The boyfriend then was pulling Mila by the hair up the stairs to her business. The boyfriend punched Mila in the face and bit her right ear. Gosh, it's going to call him Mike Tyson. No, I'm just joking, but that's, man. The boyfriend then fled in a black Nissan Versa, unknown Florida tag. Mila also provided a sworn statement about what happened. Below is a summary of her interview to include but not limited to. Yeah, he did say that. I know. Right? She was with her boyfriend, white male Wade Wilson. They had been dating for approximately 6 months. Which, wait, that doesn't go along. Did I misunderstand that first incident report, which was June, July, that summer? I guess that would be right. Never mind. I did my math wrong. So that's accurate. Okay. They met through her ex-boyfriend, Thomas Williams, aka Tommy. Late night, October 6th, they went to the Buddha bar. Wilson wanted to leave and go to someone's house, but she refused. They argued. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, they argued about going, and he went outside to get something from her car. She drives a 2015 gray Dodge Hellcat that was purchased for her by Glenn Buscemi. When she walked outside of the car, the Hellcat was leaving the parking lot. Oh, my Lord. She did not see Wilson in the driver's seat and knows he cannot drive a manual transmission vehicle, which the Hellcat has a manual transmission. So he basically stole her car. I mean, he goes out, I'm going to get something out of the car, and he just takes off with another girl and a guy's driving it. Like, she could have reported that freaking stolen car. Okay. Where are we at? Wilson is a drug user and doesn't have a specific drug of choice, but is known to use cocaine and meth. Slobodzian took her home from the Buddha, and she spent the night there. Let's talk about Mila. She took Mila home. Wilson had been trying to contact her several times throughout the early morning hours, but she was passed out. She realized that he had been calling around 8 a.m. October 7th. He was calling her from 603 area code number. When she answered the phone, he was screaming at her. He wanted to meet her, and she suggested her business. She was concerned about her well-being, so she asked Slobodzian to be present when she met Wilson because of his past violence. Wilson pulled up to her business in a black car alone. She walks up to the car window and tried to calm him down. Wilson became very aggressive and tried pulling her into his vehicle as she started pushing away from him. Wilson opened the car door and leaves the car and drive. It hits a parked car. Man. Wilson gets out of the car because he realized he was about to get away. She was about to get away. Wilson started dragging her towards the car as she tried running towards her business. As she got to the railing of her business, Wilson punched her in the face. She was able to escape from Wilson and run into a neighboring business. Detective involvement. Detective Morris was notified of this incident. There was information that Mila and Slobodzian had that was concerning of Wilson, that he may have killed someone on October 7th at an unknown time. Officer McCormick was coordinating with both women to meet the Detective Morris about their knowledge of the alleged crime. Detective Morris met at Fort Myers Police Department interview room on the second floor, again spoke about what happened in the history between her and Wilson. And Mila and Wilson were in a sexual relationship which started about 6 months ago. They lived together during the first 2 months of the relationship. Then he was incarcerated for about 3.5 months in a few different jails. During his jail time, Mila would stay in contact with him and support him emotionally and financially. Once Wilson was released, they continued their sexual relationship up until October 6, 2019. Mila said that Wilson is approximately 6'5", tall and weighed 230 pounds. Mila is about 5'2" inches, 5'2" inches, and weighs about 130. Detective Morris observed injuries to Mila to include road rash on her elbows and arms, scraped knees, busted bottom and top lip, and cut left elbow. Mila said that Wilson was previously abusive towards her, and it was documented through law enforcement. This report was documented by Lee County Sheriff's Office with report number blah, blah. During this report, there were reports of sexual battery and physical abuse. Wilson was arrested on this report and spent approximately 1 month in jail. Mila admitted to dropping these charges against Wilson, which led to his release from Lee County. He was then released to another agency for unrelated charges. Wilson was transported to another agency where he had more unrelated charges and again released, ultimately traveling back to Fort Myers area at the beginning of the month, October. So I think he was only out, like 5 days when this happened, right? And it's the thing is she should not have dropped those charges. So because he did that to her, you know what I'm saying? He abused the crap out of her. She's probably talking to him on the phone. He talked her into dropping him so he could get out, right? He gets out and murders these two girls. Now, I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying, like, gosh, I wish, like, let him do his time. Like, he did the crime. Let him do the time, right? Where are we at? Ultimately, Trevor back. He had more unrelated charges. Oh, here we go. Although Mila had heard through many people that Wilson was an abusive man, she only knows what he has done to her. There were conversations she had with friends that he would bind in RAPE them in the past. Women, plural, in the past. In the report through the Lee County Sheriff's Office, he committed these offenses against, I don't know, is that supposed to be Mila? Also, during Mila's statement, she expressed her well-rounded fear of Wilson and believed that if he had gotten her inside of the vehicle today, that she wouldn't be alive. She had recordings through text messages that Wilson threatened to kill her. Slobodzian recorded several phone calls from Wilson to Mila after the altercation because they were threatening statements. Mila believes that if Wilson ever finds her again, he will inflict greater harm on her because he knows the police are involved in an investigation for domestic violence battery. Mila provided the phone number Wilson called from, said that she had no idea whose number this was, and knew it was not his number. Wilson also called her from, there's a number, Officer McCormick contacted Detective Russell Southwick and provided him with the summary and nature of the call. Detective Southwick conducted a search on Clear for the 603 number. That number belonged to Christine Melton, who resided in Cape Coral, Florida. Mila said that she did not know who Melton was and never heard the name before. Based on Mila and Slabadzian's statements, physical appearance and injuries of Mila, Detective Morris believes there to be sufficient probable cause to arrest and charge Wilson. Domestic violence. Wilson actually intentionally touched or struck Mila against her will, causing harm. On October 7th, 2019, members of the United States Marshal Service made contact at blank in an attempt to locate Wade Stephen Wilson for the active charges. After approximately 30 minutes of giving loud verbal commands for Wilson to exit the residence, Wilson opened the front door of the residence where he was taken into custody without incident at approximately 12:15 a.m. on 10/8/2019. Members of the Cape Coral Police Department Property Crimes Unit arrived and took over an investigation in reference to Wilson breaking into the residence he was located in. Wilson was transported to Cape Coral Police Department for booking and was later transported to Lee County Jail in apparent good health. And I got all this redacted. Let's see what else we got. Battery caused bodily harm. On October 7th, let me see if this is going to have the same kind of stuff. Yeah, it's basically another account. Yeah, looks pretty similar. All right, so now we saw both of those reports. So let's watch her testimony. Now, this is the testimony for the murder trial that just happened in June, which I wish I would have watched when it was on live. But I'm watching it now. All right, let me find where it is. This one is harder to find on my emails because the way it's I have it. Here's my notes. Hold on, guys. Here it is. Why is that like always? Oh, real quick though. Look at this. Real quick. Hold on. Let me show you something here. I want to show you, which makes me kind of mad. Let's go find me. Here it is. Look at this. Where you at? Look at this. Save Wade Stephen Wilson. $54,000, $54,791 raised. Dear friends and supporters, we invite you to join us in supporting Mr. Wade Wilson's fight for justice and recovery. Wade's life story is one of immense struggle and resilience, and he urgently needs our help to ensure he receives the fair treatment and care he deserves. He entered the world under challenging circumstances. His biological mother, heavy drug use during pregnancy, significantly impacted his brain development and overall health. He has been recommended the death sentence, a decision that fails to consider his underlying brain health issues. Wade struggles Wade's struggles are not solely his fault. They are a direct result of circumstances beyond his control, including prenatal drug exposure and lack of proper mental health support. The death sentence is not only unjust, but also inhumane in Wade's case. How your donations help. Your donations will be used to support Wade in his legal battles to obtain a lesser sentence that allows for recovery. It is crucial that Wade is given a fair chance at life, considering his circumstances and underlying health issues. The road to recovery. To support Wade's recovery, we are raising funds to provide him with the necessary resources, including supplements that are crucial for healthy brain development. Research indicates that children born to drug-addicted mothers can benefit significantly from specific nutrients that support cognitive and emotional health. Some of the key supplements recommended for healthy brain development include omega-3 fatty acids for brain health, vitamin D, B vitamins, magnesium, antioxidants, blah, blah, blah. Your generous contribution will go directly towards providing Wade with his legal and medical support to fight for a fairer reassessment of his case. Every dollar brings us one step closer to giving Wade the chance at a just, healthy life. Now, as much as I do think there's something mentally, there's some kind of impairment in his brain, I don't believe that he should get another chance. He's already gotten chances. I mean, he's too dangerous. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I can't believe 50. I just can't believe how many people actually think he's innocent though. It's just crazy. Oh, yes, I do. I went to show you that. Tie-dye. I have it. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. I don't mind. Like, I'm not necessarily like, I don't feel like with the death penalty, I don't feel like it has to be for punishment. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't care if he just spent life in prison. That doesn't bother me. If you know what I'm saying? Death penalty. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it's necessary because, I mean, as long as you keep him locked up for life, I feel like that punishment's just is good to, in my opinion. But I mean, I know there's different viewpoints on it. I don't really feel strongly either way. Like, I'm not like totally against it, but I'm not totally for it. So like, for instance, it doesn't make me mad if somebody like doesn't get the death penalty but gets life in prison. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's what I would think. I would think life in prison would be worse than death. It depends though, because like death penalty, I guess, you know, you're waiting and it takes a while, and then any day you don't know when it's coming. So that fear of living every day, not knowing when that day is going to be coming, I guess that would be pretty hard. So that actually, I mean, the more I think about it like that, but then once it happens, then you know what I'm saying? You don't have to like be there for life, but a lot of times it does take a long time before you actually get to that point. Austin, I have a pillow that goes in between your legs because I used to just put a whole pillow in between my legs, but my mom got me this leg pillow that has like the indents, so now it just goes like between my knees or whatever. But I used to use a whole pillow right in between because I need some. I can't have, yeah. I don't know, the wedge, when you said triangle pillow, that makes me think of it. the kid has another car head on those. People are injured, not fatally or crazy, but why would you need that? Different, but I have no idea what you're saying. So what? Another car head on, and those people were injured, not fatally or crazy, but yeah, I have no idea what that means. All right, I'm going to continue. So yeah, I don't like that though, that people are donating for what though, really? I mean, he's not going to be rehabilitated. Okay, he's not. I'm sorry. And that even should show you more the fact that he has this impairment and he's got mental. I mean, he's not. He just needs to be locked up. He's dangerous. Okay, he needs to be locked up. It sucks that he's sick mentally and his brain is, something's wrong with it, but he's dangerous. He can't be around people. He's going to kill them. And I think he's killed way more people than just those two. I think he's killed before. Because in those prison calls, I mean, he talks about Mila's like, what, how could you do this? Or he's like, I told you I was a killer. She's like, I thought you were joking. Which I don't know why she would think that after hearing what he did to her before. But anyway, so I think he's killed before. Now, there's going to be a story we're going to get to. I don't know if I'll get to it tonight, but it gets into like a possible other killing of him coming home, I think, to Kelly. I think he was with Kelly at the time with a bloody crowbar and men's clothes. And this thing that somebody may have hired him to kill somebody. So I think he has. I think he's killed multiple people and he's just gotten away with all of them up until this time. Yeah, and it's women. Well, the one with the crowbar, I think it might be a man. I don't know. I have to look into that more. But yeah, he does. He has this hatred towards women. Even his biological dad, which is the one that testifies, which we'll watch his testimony, that he contacted when he was 18 and they had started having a relationship. He even says, like, you have this hatred against women. And Sarah brought up a good point. Smarty Sarah. No, it's really smart, actually. So he has two. So he was adopted by the Wilsons, right? And so they had two biological daughters. So maybe he saw them being treated better than him and kind of developed this hatred towards women because they were, because when they're, a lot of the times when somebody's their biological kid, they're going to get treated better, as much as you probably don't do it on purpose. Sometimes it just happens. So, I mean, that could be a part of it. And then I think there's also a part of like his mother leaving him. And then the brain crap. But no, I was saying you said it, Sarah. I'm not taking credit for that. Yeah. No, that was your idea. No, that was a great idea. Yeah, at the time I didn't even realize that he had two sisters only. And yeah, and that they were the biological, but no, I think that's definitely a part of it. It's definitely, I think you're right on that. But it does, I wonder, like, so you have Kelly, you have Mila. I wonder if anybody else will come out that's dated him, that has stories. I'd like to hear. Oh, yeah, it makes sense because, I mean, as much as a parent wouldn't want to do that or purposely do that, it's just, I could see how it would happen. And even if you're not trying, and yeah. All right. So let's watch her testimony and then maybe we'll watch the dad's too, his biological dad's. All right. So I'm going to watch his first. Or hers first. What am I talking about? All right. So this is Melissa Martinez. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Why can't I hear it? Can you guys hear it? Did my wait, this is the one where the audio doesn't come on till halfway through. You guys can't hear it, right? Sarah, you watched this when it was actually on. Was half of it like not the audio wasn't working halfway? No, not you, Siri. Watch. It comes on.
Mr. Wilson, get the key.
So, do you know if there's any other channel that did it where we can watch the whole thing? Because I don't know if it was a technical issue or was purposely done. I don't know. All right, let me.
This is my number. If you Google me.
So we're just going to skip the muted part because we can't hear it. I'm going to find the part where it picks up. Hold on. All right. That's her spa. She has a spa. But okay, Court TV. But what I'm saying, Alicia, did it mute out, or is this a technical thing? I'll try to look for it. Well, oh, so what I'm asking, Carrie, is a part of the beginning part of Mila's testimony is muted. You can't hear it. So I'm wondering, is it a technical thing? And is there any other channel that did it where you could hear it all so we don't have to miss it? That's all. This is more than 30 seconds, isn't it?
How did he get there? So you weren't going to go to.
There we go. Okay.
Did you tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I expressed at least 3 times he was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No.
How did you find out that your vehicle was?
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
Okay. So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car.
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well. And she said, "It's okay. Come to my house."
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes.
And did you spend the night at her house?
Yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names.
What names is he calling you?
Bitch, cunt, whore, all these different names. And just, I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating.
Did he appear to sound angry?
Very angry.
Did you feel scared at this point?
Yes.
Now, the phone number that Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence.
Objection. Be admitted.
At this time, the state, pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records, would also move 21 into evidence. If I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez.
I should fast forward it. Oh. Is she?
You approach.
The state would move Exhibit 21 into evidence of business records associated with 239-333-5924 pursuant to a business record certification.
Any objection?
No.
All right. Be admitted.
Now, when he was texting you and calling you, did you recognize the number that he was texting you and calling you from?
No.
Had he ever called or texted you from that number before?
No.
Now, did you end up agreeing to meet him someplace?
Yes.
What was your purpose in meeting with him?
To retrieve my car and to get my keys, because I was finale. That was it. I wanted my property back to never see him again.
Now, did you believe that he would show up in your car when you met him?
Of course. That's what he left in, yes.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
Now, when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, where are my keys? Where's my car? He was calm and just saying, get in the car, get in the car. And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you meant? What do you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles to me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does the fight move at some point?
Yes. So I either get drugged, pulled, can't remember by my hair, arm, or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase and I'm holding on to that. And a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila's spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. It just elongate the amount of time. I knew help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away
help.
from him.
Yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress.
Uh-huh.
Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And where do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you
Yes.
as you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs. And then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me, and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm going to stop. So it was the punch. Was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my friend, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios?
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right. You see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car? Go
this here.
That door right there.
Okay, so I'm looking then, you're directing me, or you're
I'm running down the
me?
stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put this on the record that it was by the silver car in the bottom left quadrant of the photograph.
Mhm.
There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening and or that morning and what happened?
They came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay. And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
That's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand, in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff, yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatening to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
And I let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Would you just write on State's Exhibit 20 your name that's identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spot, this is the
Sustained.
number.
Hold on.
Okay, so
This
let me
is my
You have to
business
wait,
phone
ma'am,
number.
you have to wait for a question.
ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling
Yes.
that day? All right, so go ahead and put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
Can I have no further questions and tender the witness?
Ms. Montanez,
Yes,
when did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
Do you know a Josh Lukage?
Yes,
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I do
a
not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Um, When you were at the Buddha bar or before going to the Buddha bar,
Uh-huh.
were you using cocaine?
Yes.
Your cocaine?
No.
Who's
He had some.
he being Mr.
Ray
Wilson?
Wilson. Hmm.
Were you at the Buddha bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
And I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house
Yes,
you didn't want to go to.
that's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know. Okay, so it wasn't. You didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the guy.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now the phone number 239-333-5924. That's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes.
That was on the phone.
That is
your phone.
My phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines. Yes.
Okay. Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now you said that when he called you, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. It's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up.
Yes, and noticed I missed multiple phone calls. Yes.
Okay, and then you called him.
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not. I do not recall, but one of those happened. Yes.
But you said that he was name calling.
Not at first. At first, he was very like, "Where are you? How do I meet you?" All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
And you said he was very angry.
Yes.
And you were very scared.
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
The car, but why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore.
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Yeah.
And get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me. And the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need. And I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time. And I have keys. And often the person I'm with, I say, will you put your keys in my pocket? And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't
steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
Nothing further, Judge.
You redirect.
Nothing further. I'd ask that she be released.
Any objection? No. She can be excused. You're step down and you're excused.
The state calls Tyler Whitten. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Okay, so that was her. Now, what do you guys think? Any opinions on her? Wait, she's married? Who is she married to now? Do you know, Carrie, who she married? Yeah, me either. I don't either. I need to know more before I make my opinion. But I know I caught something where it sounded like she is married now, right? Because what did she said something. She was married. I thought it was Wade was her boyfriend, but this was 5 years. This was in 2019 when it happened. The trial happened just this past June. So this was like almost 5 years later, so a lot could happen in 5 years. Yeah, I think she has demons, but glad she is okay and alive after what she went through. Oh yeah. Hopefully whoever she's married to, hopefully he's not abusive, Yeah, I thought she said that. Wait, to Carrie, did you say you know who she is? Oh, Timmy beat her too and drug her, did it in the road on cement. Then the next tune I saw them, I tried to pretend like I didn't see them, and she approached me, but no one was home. Oh, wow. Wow. Dang it. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Tommy, not Timmy. Oh, yeah. She got married a year ago or 2. Okay. All right. Oh, good night, Jean Marie. Oh, Mahoney. Do you guys hear that? Wow. Okay, so what do we do next? Hold on 1 second. I saw that from the phone calls that I saw that they got they introduced, he introduced them to Wade, and then yeah, and the phone calls it came out. Yeah. Hi Donna, what's up? Yeah, I was gonna play it. You want me to play his now? I'll play his now, and then after that I want to read a couple documents, but we'll play his since I got the videos up. All right, so Wade Wilson, father confessed to me. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. So this is the next one we're playing is going to be Wade's biological father, who he contacted when he was 18 and began to have somewhat of a relationship with him. Sounds like it was more like one-sided. He just contacted him when he needed stuff. Um, Thanks, Maura.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take a stand.
Oh, hey, She Builder. Every time I talk, it freaking cuts out. Hold on one second. Hey, how you doing? Who else came in? Donna, She Builder in the house. Do you guys hear the feedback? And thank you, Maura. Maura. Oh my God. Are you guys hearing that too? Oh, wow, Carrie. All right. I don't know why it does that.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testaseca.
Mr. Testaseca, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Melanie.
Do you live in Fort Myers?
No, ma'am.
What city do you live in?
Lakeland.
About how far is Lakeland from Fort Myers?
2 hours.
How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
You mean?
Like how did they?
Oh,
How were they known?
they went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
And have you spoken with them on numerous occasions?
I've spoken with Candy.
And that's his adoptive mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you were his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No. I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, October 7th of 2019. Did Wade Wilson get in touch with you through phone call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that he told you when he called?
The first time he said he needed help. He had done something that he couldn't take back.
Did he indicate that he and his girl had gotten into an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was his girl that you were aware of at the time?
I just knew her as Mila.
And did it seem that he wanted your help because of this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
When he called you, were you actually at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to really give your attention and time to him to try to help him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So what did you tell him when he was asking for your help?
I just told him to call me back around dinner time. I'd be done working and we'd figure it out.
And did you at some point have a conversation with your wife about him getting in touch with you, wanting your help.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the time that he was supposed to call, about what time was he supposed to call back?
I told him around dinner time.
Now, between the time he first called that day and dinner time, did you receive a call from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that detective looking for your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the detective was looking for your son, did you have any idea at that point of what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did the detective want you to try to help them get in touch with your son?
She just gave me a number and said, if he calls you back, we need to talk to him.
Okay. Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call?
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story,
So at this point, when he says that there were 2 people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Do you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a third time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these 2 people who were no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on during that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said, I choked that bitch.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so. Yeah.
So he just told you that that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for directions. And she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when he realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
As he's telling you all these things, what's his demeanor as he's telling you?
He was excited.
You say excited. What do you mean by that?
I felt like he was wanting me to feel the way he felt about it.
Did he seem proud of it?
Yes.
Did he seem to show any kind of remorse?
No, ma'am.
And was he able to go into great detail about both of these ladies' deaths?
Yes, ma'am.
The second girl that he killed and left in this lot, did he think that she would be found?
No, ma'am.
He seemed to think he did a good job hiding her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now, prior to him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement initially?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in a house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber and I needed the address of where he was.
Were you actually going to send him an Uber?
No, ma'am.
And so when you told him that you were going to send him an Uber, did he give you that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you then do with the address he gave you?
My wife was messaging with the officer.
Now, is your wife messaging with the officer during the course of these details that he's telling you?
The last part of them.
And so she's relaying what your son's telling you to law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Giving them further details.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, this conversation you're having with your son is on October 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the evening hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it your understanding that him going to the bar and meeting the first woman happened the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, when he's giving you all this information and you're giving this information to law enforcement, had the second girl's body been found?
No, ma'am.
Did it strike that? Now, that address you said your wife then gave to law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on the phone with your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on the phone with him when law enforcement showed up at that house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you encourage him to go outside and turn himself in?
I did. I didn't want him to do anything stupid and end up getting killed. So I just told him to put his hands up and just go outside.
I have nothing further and tender this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do have one more.
Okay.
Do you see your son sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Dark suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness is identified. Actually, if you could just give it a little bit more description since there's other people.
White shirt, blue tie, dark suit.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'll let the record reflect that the witness is identified.
Okay. Any questions?
Just briefly, sir. When you were on the phone,
Yes, sir.
he told you he was hiding out from the police in that house.
Yes, sir.
How often had you spoken with him before?
It was sporadic. one month it may be every other day, and I may not hear from him till he needs me again. 6 months, 2 months, whatever. It varied.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Okay. So, you guys want to read? Let's read a couple letters of support. So there's, I think, 11 of them that are filed. So people, basically recent. It was after the trial. People are filing them because the whole death sentence. A lot of people are begging the judge not to go through with the death sentence. So yeah, let's read them. I'll read a few this live and then read a few every live because there's, like I said, there's 11 of them. So. All right, so alrighty. Some of them are like handwritten, so hopefully I'll be able to read them okay. All right. Let me share my screen. Okay, so this one is make it a little bigger. Is that good? All right. So this was written it was filed 8/7. Wait, what is today? Huh. That was filed today. Wow. Huh. I don't know. Oh my God, I just did that twice. Okay. So, Judge, I am writing this letter to you regarding Wade Wilson's, regarding Wade Wilson, right? I would like to write you this letter because Judge is in court for the death penalty in August. What does this say right here? I'm confused what this is. It's Judge? Anybody know? I don't know. Anyway, this judge is in court for the death penalty in August, and I would like to share with you from my point of view facing this situation. I was a young mother, but I have never abandoned my child, despite the fact that I was a mother at the age of 14. Sevens? What? Count me out, guys. What am I missing here? Why can't I read this? What is this? Is 7 3 what? Anybody know? So, because it looks like she's using it a bunch. Help me out. It almost looks like it says 7. Am I like his name? Mr. Oh. It's just his name. Mr. Wade? Okay. But look, I'm confused because look, she puts it in front of Judge too. But anyway, I'm just going to skip that. So Wade did not have the chance to be able to grow up with his biological parent, while the other brothers or sisters did, which caused him to I have no idea. The children caused him trauma. Oh, sorry. Caused him trauma. I thought this was one word. Sorry. Caused him trauma since the children, and you know how these things in adolescence, we find ourselves with not very good. Why am I having trouble reading her writing? Anyway, I'll skip that. We can sometimes take, oh my Lord, you guys, I'm sorry. I don't know why some of these words, the handwriting. Sometimes we take something path, especially if we are psychologically fragile anymore. Even the most esteemed can make a something in their life. And sometimes commit horrible things, and it is normal to be punished by the law. But I think that the death penalty is not the right solution. We will have to provide him with help if he ever remains sentenced to life imprisonment. And my son also has committed a big crime. Everyone let her down, like the Wade. I was the only one to support my child in the sense that, yes, he must be helped. Sentencing him to death will not solve anything. I remember the sentence that I sent to my child when he told me, "Why are you the only one to be left?" And him. It is easier to hate a person or to condemn them than to help them. And this is what Wade needs, help, because ever his own father is not ever capable of being at past present for him. Wade has no one and alone, oh my God, I might have to skip this. A man who has always felt alone, no one really has him, can help at the right time. No one would have done it because no one should have listened to him when he needed it at the moment, when everything collapsed for him. So the only one to judge for him was drugs. The only refuge for him was drugs. But you, judge, you are the only one who can help him today. Don't let him down in your turn. You had his life in your hands. Be tough, yes, but be human, because a person who helps another is a humanity to save. I hope that you will receive my letter, and I am in admiration of your work because it is easy. It is very hard. I don't know. Work. You have all my respect. Despite what the jury decides, you are the only one to make the final decision. For the love of God, save him from the death penalty and provide Wade with the necessary care, because in any case, he will never get out of prison. But I will be able to do work and on any. Okay, I should have skipped that one. Let's go to the next one. That was hard to read. All right, let me do one more. Hopefully the next one won't be as hard. Yes, this next one's typed. All right, hold on 1 second. All right. So this was filed August 6th. I hope this letter finds you in health and well-being. My name is Shuli. Hold on, make it a little bigger. Okay. I'm an administration student and I live in Brazil. I respectfully submit a request for clemency on behalf of defendant Wade Stephen Wilson, who is currently facing the death penalty. I fully understand the seriousness of the crimes for which the accused was convicted and the responsibility that falls on Your Excellency. However, I would like to highlight some relevant points. Clemency is an act of mercy and humanity. I ask that Your Excellency consider the possibility of offering the accused a second chance, taking into account his life story, regret, and possibility of rehabilitation. I kindly ask you to take into account the life story of the accused, who had a problematic and troubled childhood, and it is clear that he has various psychological problems that require treatment. I humbly ask you, check this case very carefully, as it seems that there are things that are not clear about the case, and anyone watching from the sidelines can see that there are many pieces missing in this immense puzzle. Furthermore, the defendant has already served his sentence for 5 years, as everyone knows. He is already paying for his crimes and will remain so. Therefore, I do not see the need to sentence him to death, as he is not a threat to society since he is outside of it. I believe very much in God and knowing the story of that woman caught in adultery. I see that in the face of her sin, the whole of society wanted to condemn her to death, which was permitted at the time. However, Jesus at the moment had compassion and told everyone that whoever had no sin should cast the first stone. So everyone left that place because there is not a single righteous one. I'm sorry, but I don't see the death penalty as justice, but as an act of revenge, because justice is already being served. He is already paying for the crimes he committed, and I see no need to end his life. The death penalty has profound implications for society. By showing mercy, we can send a message of hope and redemption, as well as preserving human dignity. I ask Your Excellency to consider this request not only as a legal issue, but also as an opportunity to promote justice and compassion. I close this letter with deep respect for your position and the seriousness of this matter. Thank you in advance for your attention and consideration. Do you guys like these letters? I mean, is it interesting to you? How many like them and want me to read more? I'm going to read one more, but I'm just curious if I'm the only one, if there's other people that find them interesting too. This one is a long one. Sarah, you say no. Interesting. Sorry. You're cute. Hold on. I want to answer that. Well, wait till I play a video so I could type that out. All right. So, well, here, let me play a short video so I could answer you real quick. And then I will read that, because this next one's interesting. This next one talks about like, wait, how does he word it? Discrepancies. That's the word I was looking for. So I'm going to read this, but it's a longer one, and it points out like discrepancies, because I mean, does he really think that he's innocent? So it's an interesting letter, but I'm going to play this real quick. Hold on. I'll play. How long is this one? Hold on 1 second. No, that one's not. That one might be too long for right now. Hold on, let me see how long this one is. This one's interesting. Okay, I'll play this one and then this is a Court TV one. It's and then I'll read that letter.
Woman who says that the convicted murderer, Wade Wilson, attacked her, is now speaking out. Last week, a jury recommended to a judge that Wilson be sentenced to death after the same jury convicted him of murdering 2 women, Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. Those women were found dead back in 2019 after being strangled by Wilson. This is all according to the prosecution. Scripps News' Kate Coral spoke with a woman who claims that she was attacked by Wilson shortly before these murders took place. Take a listen. Convicted Cape Coral murderer Wade Wilson will soon find out if he will go to prison for life or be put to death. I'm Fox 4 senior reporter Caitlin Knapp, and I dug into his background after the state attorney made an interesting comment to me about Wilson. The comment led me to track down Wilson's ex-girlfriend, who believes the murders could have been avoided if Palm Beach County deputies arrested Wilson for her reported crime.
We've heard from many women who have been victimized by the defendant, but maybe didn't go forward on charges or for whatever reason didn't find justice in the justice system.
That's what sparked the story after weeks of covering Wilson's trial and death penalty recommendation. Kelly Matthews dated Wilson and was interviewed by our West Palm Beach station shortly after he was named a person of interest in October 2019.
He kidnapped me and almost killed me.
And most recently, Matthews has been vocal on TikTok.
I dated this man. I don't want to be quiet about this.
Quiet about what she claims Wilson did to her in Palm Beach County. Matthews met Wilson in 2018 online, calling him charismatic and polite. She said things changed when he started reportedly using drugs.
It was just like a very toxic relationship, but he was never violent ever.
Until February 18th, 2019, she claims. Matthews says Wilson agreed to go to a rehab in the Keys, but Matthews said that wasn't true, and they got into an argument.
And so I got back in the car and put my seatbelt on, and that's when he started choking me.
She says Wilson then cut off her clothes and eventually put her in the back of her car. Matthews says he sexually assaulted her, tied and gagged her.
At some point, he had bit my face.
She says he drove them to the Keys and Wilson got out and left. Matthews says she drove home.
I should have stopped at like a gas station or something, but I think I thought no one would believe me.
She and her mom called police. Matthews says she went to the hospital where they did a sexual assault kit and took photos of her injuries. In a police report I obtained from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, it says they interviewed Wilson, who did not admit to any assault. The report says Matthews did have bruising on her neck and a cut to her lip, but they did not arrest Wilson.
He was like, no, that like this is hearsay. Like you don't have any probable cause.
He, as in the detective who also put in the report, there are no witnesses to the alleged crime and no evidence to establish probable cause. Do you feel like the system has failed you?
Absolutely.
I reached out to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office asking why they did not arrest Wilson despite visible injuries.
I don't understand how someone can do something so severe to somebody else and not even get detained for it.
About 8 months later, Wilson was in Cape Coral and killed Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. Matthews sees his conviction and death penalty recommendation as some sort of justice.
I feel like this is good for everyone that he's hurt.
Matthews says she wants to talk about what happened for her own sake and for other domestic violence cases.
I want people to know that they can leave, like get help.
As for Wilson, he's in jail, waiting to see if judge will agree to the jury's recommendation and sentence him to death.
We're a strong group of people that he didn't beat. And unfortunately, it took 2 women dying for him to get noticed. You didn't win, and you're going to get what you deserve.
As of Monday evening, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office says that they are currently working on my request. Matthews says she wants to file a lawsuit against the Sheriff's Office for the outcome of her case. Again, Wilson will be sentenced on July 23rd, and I will be in that courtroom to bring you the decision. In studio, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
Our thanks to Caitlin Knapp for that report. Such a difficult one. Let's bring back in Marie Pereira and Matthew Mangino. Matthew, something was missed here. Clearly, you never want to see a situation where someone may have been stopped before, but unfortunately, we've seen this before.
Well, yeah, I mean, every investigation is different. You're dealing with different police officers. You're dealing with different circumstances. It's hard, and especially in a domestic violence situation at times, to distinguish exactly, what had occurred there. But certainly this case, screams out for some intervention by the police, whether or not, there's some concern about exactly what the circumstances are. This is a vulnerable person who had obvious bruising, had a plausible story about how this occurred, felt threatened by the situation, and yet was left without any police intervention, was left without any prosecution of her abuser. And, that certainly is a concern. And I'm sure that's something that's going to be reviewed to determine whether or not, policies, procedures need to be updated or need to be amended.
Absolutely, it should be. And Marie, we heard her say that she was told, it's hearsay, there's no witnesses. This is a domestic violence case. I know that's a part of your specialty. One of your focus areas is these domestic violence cases and victim support. I mean, just the process of going through a sexual assault kit can re-victimize people when they go through it. But she did all the steps that we tell people to do when they are in this situation. What needs to change?
I agree with Matt that this is going to be reviewed and heads will have to roll, because at the end of the day, the woman was attacked. She was allegedly attacked by him. She didn't go to the police at the scene of that crime, but she went, when she got home, she went to the hospital. They did a rape kit. She outcried to her mother. and she knew him. It wasn't plausible that it wasn't him. So they just went to ask him, did you do this? And he said no. And because of that, they said there's no probable cause. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. It was a sexual assault. He kidnapped her. He took her against her will, and whether or not they knew each other shouldn't have anything to do with it. Whether or not there was a slight delay in the reporting shouldn't have anything to do with it. And I think I'm glad that this reporter brought this out, because whoever investigated this and failed to even bring it to the DA to look at the case, to file a complaint, to bring it to the grand jury, is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt. There was enough there for them to bring this man, at least on the minimal level, to some accounting for what he did. Somebody's going to have to pay for what happened here.
The woman in this story, she was not involved in this trial, but there was another person who was part of the indictment. She was assaulted by the defendant. She was his ex-girlfriend as well. He approached her first in this spree that he did. Let's go and listen to Melissa Montanez on the stand during this trial.
When you arrived at Mila's spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes. I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, where are my keys? Where's my car? He was calm and just saying, get in the car, get in the car. And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically, and I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle. I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'll probably never be seen again.
The next step in this case for Wade Wilson, that jury already recommended death. There will be what's called a Spencer hearing in Florida for the judge to listen to any final arguments and then make a final decision. Matthew, do you expect anything less than death, even though there are some questions about the death penalty and how it is handled in Florida, especially when this jury did not have to be unanimous, is my understanding, even though the law hadn't changed when this crime occurred.
Well, right, Julia, Florida, frankly, their death penalty procedure is maybe the worst in the country. Number one, you only have to have 8 out of 12 jurors vote for death in order to have a recommendation of the death sentence. That's the lowest threshold anywhere in the country by far. Okay, they've had problems with the fact that they let judges decide factual issues in death penalty cases. The Supreme Court struck that down, and there's definitely a basis to challenge any death penalty. Certainly one in which there's a 9-3 for the death penalty or a 10-2. This case is going to be reviewed by the Supreme Court, and one of these cases out of Florida might be the final case where the Supreme Court says you need to have unanimous jury verdicts for death. It doesn't exist right now, and Florida has the worst policy in the country.
Certainly under review by higher courts, and prosecutors are concerned about what the outcome will be.
All right. That's crazy. Only 8 out of 12 have to vote for the death. Wow, I didn't realize that. Did you guys know that? Because I didn't. All right, so are you guys ready for this long letter where they're going to pick out discrepancies? I just don't understand, because this case is it's not even like a question that he did it. He confessed. He did it. Like, I don't understand who cares if there's discrepancies? Nobody's going to get it perfect because nobody was there. So they put together, as best as they can. But of course, they're not going to get it perfect. But it just doesn't make sense to to think that somebody else could have done all that. Look at all the discrepancies it would be for any other situation. Okay, I have a question. Does anybody in here think that he's innocent? And don't be afraid. I promise I won't. I'm just curious. Just be honest. Does anybody actually think that he didn't kill those 2 girls? What did that say? You know Wade and Miller? Yes, we talked about that. So Wade was born in 94. She was born in 82. So 94 would make what? Wait. 30. He'd be 30, right? And then she would be 41 probably. I'm guessing. I don't know exactly because it would depend on her birthday and you have to figure that out. But I'm 42. I was born in 81. She was born in 82. So she would be like 41. He's 30. Like he's like 12 years older than her, basically around. So yeah. Or she is. Did I say that right? She's 12 years older. So wait, anybody thinks guilty? Or not guilty? Okay. All right. So let's read this letter. Let me take this down. All right. Here we go. Just wanted to give myself a break so I get ready to read this because I think it's like 20, how many pages? But I think it's going to be good. It's interesting to get like what people think. Yeah, it's 21 pages. So it was filed. This one was filed just today, dude. How crazy. If I would have looked, here's the thing. If I would have tried to look at these files like 2 days ago and they weren't there, I don't know if I would have thought to go back so soon and look. I'm glad that it was like that I looked today when they're all filed because this stuff, it actually is interesting to me. I'm glad a lot of you guys are interested in these letters too. Because like just to hear what people watch the trial. So this is after they saw the trial. They got to see, well, the trial's the biggest thing, right? Yeah. All right, sure. Let me share my screen. Hold on, let me just write. All right. Of course I can't. Okay, so much I think we all like the same. So much I think we all like the same cases. Okay. Wow. So she must have been born. I was born in 81 and I'm 42. I'll be 43. So that makes sense, JR. All right, here we go. So filed today, written the 28th, right? So this was written like a few days ago, not that long ago, like last week, like a week, a little over a week ago. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Here we go. Dear Mr. Thompson. So is that the Honorable Mr. Thompson? Nicholas Thompson is his name. Okay. I have been following and researching the Wade Stephen Wilson case for several weeks now. I come from Germany and my English is not perfect, but I hope you can still understand me. I'm sure I know who's really behind the murders. Okay. I am shocked that as judges, you do not notice the obvious discrepancies that convict a man who is clearly innocent. I am aware that you have probably received many letters in the last few weeks, but I will now list some of the discrepancies and connections from the witnesses in the hope that you will reconsider your judgment. But it's not his judgment. The jury is the one that found him guilty. You know what I'm saying? I guess it's his judgment for the death penalty. But anyway, it should be in the interest of the victims and survivors to find the real perpetrator and not to convict Anne who has been framed by the witnesses in the judiciary. My discrepancies and lists are facts and not speculation. Hopefully you have already learned that all the witnesses in this case have previous convictions for drugs, assault, fraud, and strangulation. It is said in the trial that Wade Wilson unlocked Christine Melton's cell phone using Face ID with Christine's dead face. You can't unlock iPhone using Face ID if the person has their eyes closed. The phone will only unlock if you hold your face clearly in front of it with your eyes open. I want to see if that's actually true, though. I want to try. Do you guys know? But they went by that by they're trying to figure out how he unlocked it. They're just like filling in like pieces they don't know for sure how it happened. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they didn't do it that way, but he saw her password, or she gave it to him, or he opened her eyes. You know, I mean, or her eyes could have been open. That sometimes happens. So like they're just filling in these little specifics that they don't know for sure, but you're going to go on these little things instead of like all the reasons that it makes no sense that he's innocent. You know what I'm saying? But I want to see if that works with your eyes closed. Hold on. Do you guys know? Have you tried it? Shoot, my phone's not. Okay, wait, here. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, turn it off. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm going to see. No, it doesn't work with your eyes closed. But her eyes could have been open, or he could have opened them. And sometimes when you die, your eyes are open anyway. Or he could have made them open, right? I mean, not to be... Or he got her password somehow. Okay, I want to try it again. I just want to see if it always happens. Yeah, it doesn't work with your eyes closed. I don't know. I was just curious because I wasn't sure. I mean, just wanted to make sure. Okay. So there could be other explanations for that. And do we know for sure, because this was in 2019, did she maybe have a thumbprint one? They must know it was a Face ID because they had her phone and they did say the face. But like she could have had other options, right? And plus, he could have opened her eyes, or her eyes could have been open. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Okay, let's see what else he says. Let's see what else. All right. Where are we at? An iPhone unlocks itself after a few minutes, which means Wade Wilson must have known the code to unlock it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the cell phone for the rest of the day. Okay, yeah, then you're saying he must have known the code. Makes more sense, right? That he knew the code rather than he's innocent. Anyway, Christine Melton must have still been alive when Wade Wilson left her house. Or, like you just said, he must have known the code. You just said it. Therefore, she doesn't have to be alive just because of that thing you pointed out, right? Yeah, he could have done that too. Definitely could have forced her. He could have saw her putting it in. I would like to think that, like, in the investigators, if they're saying that, then they already know for sure she had the Face ID. But like another option is maybe she didn't have a lock on her phone, or maybe it was a thumbprint, you know. But yeah, or he forced her, or he saw her put it in. All right, so where are we at? It is alleged that Wade Wilson wanted to put the body in the trunk, but the victim's body was too heavy to transport. It makes no difference to the weight of the body whether it was already in rigor mortis or not. I agree with that, but that was just the state giving what their opinion on it. So take away the fact that they didn't say that, oh, it was heavier because of rigor mortis set in, that it was just too heavy and he was so like freaking strung out, he just couldn't do it. Like, because it was too heavy, and for the state that he was in, he just couldn't do it. This person needs to like get over the little specific things that the state said that they probably shouldn't have said, because why didn't they just say it was too heavy? Why did they have to say the rigor mortis made her heavier? I don't get that either, but it doesn't make me think that he's innocent. I'm sorry. Anyway, it makes no difference to the weight of the body whether, I already read that. The corpse was rolled up and closed, so it made it no difference whether the corpse was stiff or soft. See, I think if you saw the pictures, if you watched the trial, they showed the pictures, which we'll watch that part either tonight or part 2, where it shows that like how he had her rolled up, and it made it like he had her all like everything, like the freaking comforter, all the bedding. That would make it that much heavier. So not only is a dead body's really heavy, plus you have it rolled up in all this bedding and clothes, that's going to make it heavier and hard. I mean, that'd be hard. And he probably figured the way he had it all on, it might not even have fit in the trunk because the way he had it, you know? So, and then because of the rigor mortis, she's not, it's going to be as easy to bend to put it in the trunk, put her in the trunk. So there's other reasons. And just because they worded it in a way which when they said that, I was like, why would rigor mortis make it heavier? Is that even true? Because I don't think that would be true, but it would make her harder to put somewhere because she would not bend. Do you know what I'm saying? So now he's saying the real perpetrator intentionally left the body in the house so that it would be quickly found by the police and linked to Wade Wilson. Okay. How would the person know that somebody was gonna, that Wade had her phone? Okay, so how did he have her phone? I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I'll shut up, but it's silly. What are you guys thinking so far? Yeah, but I think it was more, I feel like they may have been talking about the rigor mortis because she wasn't as easily like movable. Plus she was in that bedding. So the fact for him to carry her out to the trunk and try to fit her in the trunk with all that bedding, and then, you know what I'm saying? I think that was kind of in their head, and him probably just struggling to, because I mean, did you see the picture? Would that even have fit? Would she have fit in the trunk with all that stuff? I don't know. He had her wrapped up in like it was just like the bedding, the bedspread, everything, and it was just like really. Yeah, I think it was more. That's what I'm saying, Jeremiah. That's what we're saying. I think it's just more because the stiffness. So that's what I don't understand why they said that. They shouldn't have said that. But oh well, they make mistakes in their narratives all the time because they weren't there. So anyway, Jason Shepard emphasized in his testimony that he took his own cocaine. Okay. What kind of drugs did Jason Shepard give to Mr. Wilson? According to the statement, these were not clean drugs. But this is according to Wade, right? Jason Shepard did not open the door when Mr. Wilson rang the bell. So those of you guys that didn't watch the trial, so Wade is trying to say like he gave him like these bad drugs, and he told Mila like it was meth, and you know how I get on meth, he must get crazy on meth. But Jason got up on the stand and said he had his own cocaine. He didn't share it with anybody. So whatever Wade did, it was his own stuff. And then we hear Mila saying Wade had his own cocaine, and that she did some because Wade had it. So I don't know what else he did. I don't know if Jason really gave him something. I don't think Jason gave him anything. But did he take something else? I don't know. I mean, he's saying he was like all messed up on drugs, and it was something that this Jason guy gave him. Anyway, Jason didn't open the door when Mr. Wilson rang the bell to get his cell phone back. Jason states that he heard the bell, and he also knew that Wade Wilson rang the bell to get his cell back. So Jason, Mila, Wade, and Christine, Jason, Wade, and her friend all go to this Jason's house after the bar, right? They stay there for a couple hours. He makes them leave because he lives with his mom and it's getting late. So he makes them all leave after they hang out for a while. I guess Wade and Christine are having sex in the bedroom. So Jason and the Christine's friend are out on the trampoline just talking. But then after a couple hours, he's like, okay, you guys got to leave. Well, Jason drove Mila's car, which is a manual. Freaking, what's his name? Wade doesn't know how to drive manual. He's just in the driveway, can't get it in reverse, being all loud, revving the engine. Jason goes out like, what the heck? You guys got to leave. You're being loud. He eventually is able to back it up, but then can't get it to go forward. So they call an Uber, right? But in the meantime, he loses his phone. Wade loses his phone somewhere. Doesn't know where it's at. Well, here it was in Jason's house. So that's what he's talking about. So I guess Wade goes back. They call an Uber, and then maybe Wade walks back, tries to knock on the door to get his phone to see if his phone's there. And Jason's saying he doesn't answer the door, basically. Okay. And it says Jason is said to be driving the Dodge Hellcat on Sunbury Drive. Why is the car found a day later? So now he's saying at Edison Bar. So he's saying, so the car, they say that he pulls out of the driveway, Wade, then can't get it going because he doesn't know how to drive stick, right? So Jason says, when we're going to listen to his testimony here in a little bit, but he says that he didn't want it parked right where it was left. So he kind of pulled it up the street a little bit and parked it there. So this person's saying that where the car was found doesn't match where it should have been right? Wait, hold on. No, because I thought they went and got. No, he was driving the other car. Never mind. Yeah, it doesn't match where it should have been, right? But Edison Bar. Wait, maybe he does end up taking that. Remind me, somebody, because like I said, I haven't watched all of the trial yet. Does he end up getting the car, the Hellcat, and bring it somewhere else? There's a few things I still need to find out. But anyway, he's just basically saying the car is not where it should be, right? Melissa Montanez says Wade Wilson attacked her nose exploded and there was blood everywhere. Why was no blood from the victims found on Wade Wilson when her nose literally exploded? Diane Ruiz wouldn't have gotten in the car with Wade if he was covered in blood. Benson's witnesses say the attack on Montanez happened at 7:30 a.m. Montanez says she didn't see Wade Wilson's calls and messages until 8 a.m. because she was asleep beforehand. Well, what if she just was mistaken on the time? Seems like she parties a lot, drinking and stuff. So what if she just was off by a little bit? Could it be that? Could she just be off on her time a little bit, maybe? Yeah, he had no shirt on. That's what I'm trying to figure out. By the time, okay, I know a lot of the times he had no shirt off. So those of you that are TB, SQ, because you said he had no shirt on. So he didn't have one on when he picked up Diana, right? Because that's what I was trying to figure out. So he picks her up. She gets in the car. He has no shirt on. And yeah, so if he punches, so if he has no shirt on when he hits Mila, I mean, would he necessarily have her blood all over him? No, not necessarily. I don't see why he would have had to have blood, because the blood could have hit her and then she gets away and the blood's coming. Why would it have to be on him? It wouldn't have to be on him. I don't agree that it would have to be all over him. I'm sorry, I don't. No, I know he beat up Mila. I know that he beat up Mila in between the two murders. But what I'm saying is, I don't know when his shirt came off. That's what I'm trying to ask. Did his shirt came off the whole time after he left Christine's house? Did he ever put it on, or was it off the rest of that time? That's what I'm wondering. So he didn't even have a shirt with him that whole time. Yeah, he probably didn't. He was in Christine's car. So yeah, he probably wouldn't have had a shirt that whole time. Okay. I was just wondering, like, did he end up putting a shirt on it somewhere in between there? But no, he probably didn't, because He probably didn't have one, right? So yeah. So it's just crazy that like why like somebody you would get in a car with somebody with no shirt on. We know he did have some blood on him from his own blood from like fences and stuff opening up a cut, which I believe because I don't think they found anybody else's blood on him. So I believe it was his own blood, right? Wait, what did you answer? No, Geraldine. You said no? So he didn't have one on the whole time. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. I know a lot of the times, like on the body cams, he didn't have one on, and they're talking about him no shoes and just walking around with no shirt. But okay. So that whole time, which now that I'm thinking it out, I'm coming to that conclusion because he had Christine's car and he left with no shirt. So okay. Yeah, I wouldn't see he doesn't have to have blood all over him. I don't see why he would. He strangled them, the two. Yeah, he ran over Diane, but then he was in his car, so he wouldn't. Well, I don't know, but it's not necessary that he would have had blood all over him. All right. Because if he had no shirt on, that's a good point. So if he had no shirt on and he did get blood on himself, he could have wiped it off easily, right? Yeah, 100% guilty. All right, let's see what else this guy says. So the blood thing, okay. The messages, but that could have just been like she was off. I mean, people are off. A lot of the times, when you try to go back and with details, like your memory is not perfect. Okay. Amy tells police that Melissa met someone, and that's Mila, remember, met someone at Buddha Bar and spent the night there. In the trial, she again says that Melissa spent the night on the sofa at her house. Okay, so I have to see, where does she tell police that? Where do we find that she tells police that? I'll have to find the documents to see. Or did they say that in the trial? That she spent the night she met someone at the bar, but still, it could just be like a time, like she just remembered something wrong and then got her stories mixed up because it was a while ago. And you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they're probably drinking or whatever. Does not convince me he's innocent. According to the doctor, Christine Melton was found to have severe head injuries under the scalp. Why didn't the police seize a murder weapon in Christine Melton's house? Why wasn't the clothing with which Melton was rolled up checked to see if the clothing was actually Melton's clothing? Wade Wilson's DNA was found on the curtain rod. Why exactly was the curtain rod rolled up with the victim's clothes? Was she, this is what I was thinking. Was the curtains rolled up too with her or something? Because maybe he just grabbed the curtains and the rod came down with it and he used that as a part of rolling up. Because I know there's bedding, but was there curtains too that he rolled her up with? So he probably grabbed it and the curtain rod just got mixed up with it. That's what I'm guessing. All right. Wade Wilson's DNA was found on the curtain rod. Why exactly was the curtain rod rolled up? This is a clear sign that the real perpetrator wanted to draw attention to Wilson and presents the victim, including DNA, through the curtain rod directly to the police. Okay. Come on now. You're telling me that this person is trying to frame Wade, somehow knows that he touched that curtain rod. So it's like, you know what? Wade's DNA is on that curtain rod somehow, because he's not the one that pulled it down and rolled it in the thing. So somehow he just touched it that night. So the person's like, okay, I'm going to grab that curtain rod. I'm going to roll it up there. So his DNA is going to be with Christine. That is the stupidest thing that I've ever heard in my life. Like, that don't even make any sense. Anyway. I'm not trying to be mean, but like, come on. Hey, Interrogation Files. Good evening. How are you? What case are you covering right now? I need more coffee. Did you watch this, or did you know anything about the Wade Wilson trial or case? Doing hood? Good. Okay. I don't know that case. Dylan Murray? Let me see. Dylan Murray. I want to look it up. Dylan Murray. Let's see. Okay. Brutally beating friend to death over a girl. Wow. Dang. Where's this at? I still have to get with you about that case. I'm planning on interrogation files. Yeah, cool. I'll have to check it out. I haven't been over there for a minute. Everybody go check out Interrogation Files, one of my favorite channels. If you guys like true crime, you will love his channel. All right. Where are we at? I know, right, Lindsay? Right. The Gooch. What's up, the Gooch? The Gooch. Interrogation File. Are you at 100,000 yet? You guys, go sub to Interrogation Files. He's trying to get to 100,000. Did you make it yet? Hold on. I got to check. Interrogation Files. Oh, hold on. Oh my God, why am I caps locked? Oh, you're so close. 98,000. Oh, Lordy, we got to get him, guys. Go sub. 1,800 away from 100,000. Got to get you there. And if you guys like true crime, I mean, you won't be disappointed at all. You will not to be disappointed. Seriously. Oh, you're going to get there. It's just a matter of when. It'll be soon. Interrogation Files. You'll get a plaque too. I'm waiting for my computer. Is one of the last things I need over my new studio over there that I have. And then I got to set it all up and get the shelves and everything. Sarah ordered me these cool shelves. I can't wait. They're so cool looking. And then I'll be able to like put my plaque. I haven't been able to put it anywhere to show it because I don't have anywhere to put it. But yeah. You'll get it. You'll get it. No, it really is. It's like an Explore with Us, or it gets the files of a case, and it's like it's basically like a one video where you the whole case. You got the interrogation or body cam or whatever, and you got the narration, and it talks about the case, and it's just that. So Explore with Us. What's another channel like that? That one I always forget. But yeah, it's really good. Like, it's one of those ones you don't even have to have heard of the case. It could just be like just any case. You just click on it. You have no idea anything about it, and you watch it, and you learn about the case, and you get to see all the stuff about it, and then it just sucks you right in. It does. You do a really good job, for real. Yes, then juror, you'll love well, you probably are. You already subbed Interrogation Files? Yes, I know. Like, you could binge it, and you're just like stuck there for days. Just watch it. All right, let's continue. Yes, good. We got to get you to 100,000. Got to get there. All right. Let me continue. All right. So where are we at? Let's see what this. This is just crazy. This that people think he's innocent. I don't get it. All right. Okay, curtain rod. Where are we at? Okay, Melissa Montanez says she can't remember where she met Wade Wilson. Every woman on this earth can remember the place and or the date when she met her partner. She does remember that she met him with Tommy. I think why she said in the trial when they asked her, I think it was more like she thinks they were asking like when, and she was trying to narrow in an exact date and a specific time and place. You know what I'm saying? It was probably like hazy because she is a partier, at least in her past. I mean, you can see, I think it's okay to say, like, I mean, she parties. I mean, even in those jail calls, she talks about how she's been drinking all day. She's drunk, and then talking about like getting snow, coke, and she even admitted in the trial she was doing coke and stuff. So it's like she was a partier. I don't know if she still does, but at the time, right? So like I think it was more that she couldn't pinpoint the exact date. You know what I'm saying? So she just, because she already said she knows she met him with Tommy. They were going to get back together, and she met Wade and ended up clicking with him, you know? So she does remember. She just doesn't remember the specifics. So in trial, she said, no, she can't remember exactly. That's how I took it. How did you guys take it when she said that? Which is understandable. Especially meeting under that circumstances of partying, and it's probably like all fuzzy on when. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Okay. So Melissa and Joshua Lukic have known each other for a long time. They have a photo together on Melissa's Facebook profile from February 14th, 2019. Joshua knew about the attack on Melissa at Mila's spa even before Wade Wilson arrived at Mateo's Graphics. I will explain to you in the letter for Wade what the witnesses all have to do with each other. So she's saying they know each other for a while. But he even said, but wait. Because Joshua was the one that called 911, right, at the graphics place, that because Wade was asking to get him like a ticket to get out of town or whatever. And he said, hold on. And then he went and called 911. But he said that he knew about it. That's why he's like, wait, remember he goes, wait, if this is about what happened with Mila, you're fine. You don't need to leave or whatever. I mean, he never denied knowing that before he ended up, before Wade got there. So I'm not sure what his point is for this or her. I don't know. Is this a girl or guy writing? I'm not sure. So I don't know. All right. Now, I don't know as far as Mila and Joshua, did Joshua claim that he didn't know her that well? But who cares? I mean, I don't know. What's the big deal? I'll have to go back and listen. I just listened to his today or yesterday, but I forget what he claimed. I know he claimed that he didn't know Wade that well. Like he knew him and seen him a few times and hung out with him a few times, but wasn't like, almost like didn't consider him like a friend or anything necessarily. Kind of an acquaintance that knew him from another friend that knew him. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. But I don't remember what he said about Mila. Anyway, where are we at? Stephen Testaseca, which is Wade's biological father, has a lot of debt. You can easily research it on the internet. Why should a father testify against his own son if there's no money in gaming? It's probably no money in the game. Why did Testiseka, I'm just going to call him Steven. So Steven is the bio dad. Why did Steven's wife not directly let the police listen to Wade Wilson's alleged confession on the phone, but only wrote messages to the police? Because didn't they just say he had it on speaker? Maybe they didn't record it. I don't remember if they said he recorded it. I do remember them saying that he put it on speaker so his wife could hear the confession, but did they even record it? Because maybe that's why. Maybe because they didn't record it. But even if they did record it, maybe they just felt like at least they would not, you know what I'm saying, not play that, just say what it says, at least give, his son, like, I don't know, a little bit of, I mean, it's not privacy, but at least maybe not hand over like his confession, but just say what it said, or maybe they didn't record it. Does anybody know? I'll have to listen to that again. Anyway. All right. Hey, Tennessee, what's up? Yeah. What's up, Elizabeth? Okay, so Mr. Testiseka emphasizes in the statement that Wade is a good storyteller to convince the jury that Wade Wilson cannot be believed. Stephen was deliberately chosen as a witness in order to bring credible witness to the trial. I mean, no father would testify against his son if the actions weren't true. What? Okay. The actions weren't true. Well, I mean, yeah. I thought it's what we're saying. It's true. Anyway, I'm sending you the letter I wrote Wade Wilson today. You can read it all over there again. Okay, I hope they send that. I want to see. I hope it's in here. Maybe it's in this, because I haven't read all this. I just kind of skimmed through it. Diane Ruse's wallet was intentionally placed at the school as bait. If Wade Wilson had really been covered in blood, Rez wouldn't have gotten into his car. Wade Wilson allegedly choked Rez during the ride. When a woman fights for her life, she defends herself with all her might. Wade Wilson would no longer have been able to drive the Nissan without an accident, and would have had an unusual driving style that would have been seen by witnesses. Well, do you think maybe they were pulled over? Do we know? I mean, just because he doesn't say they pulled over, could he have like pulled over somewhere, and why he was doing that, or stopped the car? Doesn't mean he kept driving while it was you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, there's circumstances. He probably stopped the car for a minute when he did that. I don't know. And if you're going by what he says, then that's the whole problem. Like, you're going by, like, how do we know he's not lying about things? Because he is. You know what I'm saying? This is so silly. All right, where we're at. Since it was in the middle of the city in the morning, the property where Diane was found was uneven. You should have seen blood, clothing, skin, or hair on the underside of the Nissan. Police did not examine the underside, although according to the witness statements, Wilson drove over Rez's body 10 to 20 times. Well, that'd be stupid. So they're saying, I mean, I don't know if this is true, because like I said, I've only been researching this for a couple days, so I don't know every single detail yet, but I wonder if that is true, that the cops didn't check the underside of the Nissan. That would be pretty stupid, right? Because we're not saying cops are perfect and they investigate perfect and they don't screw it up, because we know they do a lot, and we're all human and they screw up a lot, trust me. But I don't know if they did. That would, yeah, you would think that there would be something, unless if he like cleaned it off real good, but a lot of times you can't clean off everything. So I would hope they would have looked. I really do. So I don't know, when I get the files and hopefully I'll see what evidence they have. So that's when he was still driving. That was Christine's car, right? Yeah. Huh. Oh, thanks, Soul. Thank you. Who got it? Who got it? Oh, thank you. You did 2. Thank you. You don't have to do that. Thanks. Who won? Who won? All right. So we have Patrick Power saw the Nissan at the location at 12 p.m. or later. At 12 p.m., Wilson is recorded by the camera at Mateo's graphic. Patrick Power could not identify a driver. Hi, Kaleidohope. What up? Thank you for coming. And hi, Mirabelle. Maybe, Mirabelle, did you just get here? Because I'm just now seeing you, but maybe you've been here. I don't know. But hi, I didn't get to say hi. Hey, Kaleidohope. Hey, substance use disorder nurse. Where his adoptive parents are at, and do they talk? I was wondering the same thing. The Wilsons. I know they have 2 daughters. I don't know. And I don't know about the biological mother either. I was just asking Sarah that today. I'm like, I don't know the biological mother or the Wilsons we were talking about, because I don't know. I'll look into it. Like I said, I've only been researching like for 2 days. Well, I've been listening to the jail calls all week, but like I've only been researching and digging into it for like a couple days. So hopefully I'll be able to find all that stuff. I have no idea yet though, but hopefully I'll have an answer for you. I know their names thanks to Sarah. I know the Wilsons' names and stuff, but I just got them like a little bit before the live. So now that I have them, I'm going to see if I can find them, and maybe hopefully next live I'll have an answer. All right. I don't know if the mother's still alive though. I wonder. All right, so there are just a few discrepancies of the whole case. I have many more. If you would like to have these, please contact me. Then I will send further discrepancies. The witnesses in this murder case all connected to each other and are all criminals. Josh Lukic and Melissa Montanez known each other for a long time. Both are connected to Mila's husband. Okay, so this is Mila's husband, Lorenzo Pietro Del Vecchio. Wait, isn't that the last name of one of the hold on. Oh. Hold on a second. I got to see something. Well, I'll look it up later. I got to check something out. Let me write that down. Lorenzo Pietro Del Vecchio. I don't know why I said it like that. Okay. Whoa. Lorenzo's a convicted and registered SO. Man, Mila has some maybe really bad taste in men if that's true. Wow. I don't know. I'm going to look into him. I'm going to look his record up. Anyway, you can also see this on the internet at jacksonville.com. Okay, hold on. We're going to look that up. Okay, hold on. Let me put it in over here real quick. Now that I got some names, I will definitely do some digging. Why are these all caps? Oh, there we go. Let's see what that is. Jacksonville. Why won't it let me click on anything? Okay, I'll look that up later. Okay. But wait, Jacksonville.com. Let me hold on. You know what I'm going to do though? Let me type in I'm going to type that in real quick and see if anything comes up. Just the name into it. Del Vecchio. Del Vecchio. No, nothing. Huh. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding what they're saying, but I'll look into it. So Josh, or wait, where are we at? There he is listed under SOs near Nicholas High School in Cape Coral. It wasn't a coincidence that Jason Shepard connected with Wade Wilson at the Buddha Bar has recorded. Wade Wilson was trapped from that point on in the Buddha Bar. Lured. Trapped, lured. Come on. Oh, poor little Wadey over here is trapped in the... Oh, my Lord. I can't. Joshua Lukic's wife, Knowlton Catherine, was charged with driving under the influence in 2022. And now guess who her lawyer is? Hanukkah Daniel, Lee Hollander's partner. That's also why Wade Wilson's defense attorneys don't make any effort to represent him. Wait, and now guess who is her lawyer? But even if that's true that Hanukkah Daniel is Nolan Catherine's lawyer for her DUI, who cares? It's a lawyer. It's a paid lawyer. It's not like, oh, this is her best friend or her partner. It's a lawyer. Why would that make the lawyer be like, you know what? My partner represents Wade, and I represent this person, a DUI, that's married to a guy that called 911 on Wade. So you know what? I'm going to tell my partner to not represent him good. That makes absolutely no sense. There's nothing personal of being like, just because he's somebody's lawyer for a DUI doesn't mean that this person's going to tell the partner not to represent somebody because you guys following me? This is so silly. It's making me kind of mad in a way. Oh, wait, what do you need, Maribel? A link for what? Wait, who's Matt's wife, Elizabeth? Wait, what do you need on it? Oh, can you check out the chick who emailed? Wait, what chick, Maribel? A chick that emailed? Why did somebody say they emailed me? Hold on, let me see. Oh, you mean the person? I see what you're saying. I know what you're saying now. Yeah, I'm gonna check them all out. I'll try to see what I could find. Yes. I don't know. I'll say I'm trying to figure out link for gifts. No, it's not a link, Mirabella. You have to, okay, you talk about to allow gifts. You have to go to, can somebody explain how to do that? To gift them? Wait, Mirabella, to receive them or to gift them? Either way, it's kind of under the same thing. Hopefully one of them will explain because they're better at it than me. It's all in your thing with the chat. You just go to, is there any mods or anybody that can explain how to do it so I could continue reading this? I don't know. You just go under the three dots. Or no. You go under the money sign and then you go to membership gifting. The money sign is depends what you're on. It's right by your chat, where you chat. It's going to the money and then you go to membership gifting. Or membership, whatever you want to do. Click on it and it has the options of what you want to do. Dude, I forgot I could gift free memberships. Hold on. I'm going to gift 5 now, guys. I forgot about that. Ready? I gifted 5. Who got it? Elizabeth, Couch Clips. Who else? Sunny Dinez, Derpstein. Oh, where's Derpstein been? Wait, where has Derpstein been? Suki May. I haven't seen Derpstein forever. All right, let's continue here. So, where are we at? Yeah, this is just silly. That doesn't mean anything. Anyway, Wade Wilson was right in the interview with NBC. Mila she's saying he was right in the interview with NBC too, which we watched. That was the one we watched where he was on the phone talking from jail, talking to them. Mila's spot is used for prostitution, human trafficking, and drugs. Please read carefully the letter to Wade Wilson that I sent to you. I explain everything in detail with evidence. Now, even if that was true, even if there's some kind of truth that she's running some illegal stuff out of her spa, even if that is, I'm not saying it is, but that still does not make him innocent. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe it was run out of there what Wade was doing. That still doesn't. You're telling me these 2 random persons he had interactions with are dead, and how is the setup? How does that work? Because it makes absolutely no sense. Don't do this for my sake, but the victims and their families. I expect you to reconsider this case with my evidence. August 27th, 2024. So that's when the sentencing is going to be. All evidence I present is solid and not circumstantial. The trail and the witness statements were only incidental. So now we have M. Bison. On Sunday, April 9th, 2017, a man by himself at the annual barbecue bands and brew event being held at the Alliance of the Arts was attacked and viciously hurled into the dirt by Mila's boyfriend at the time, Lorenzo Del Vecchio. Wait, was attacked and viciously hurled in the dirt. Okay. Lorenzo attacked the man because Mila was Lorenzo attacked the man because Mila was having conversations with the man. And Lorenzo hates it when any other man gets with 30 feet or less of Mila, including at any bar, restaurant, club, or event. Lorenzo never ever allows Mila to interact with the guys unless it's strictly for business reasons only. And I think I'll agree with Rambo. In Chicago, guys that approach within less than 100 feet, not 30 feet, of any woman that is in a relationship with, engaged, or married to another man gets worse than thrown into dirt. So I don't know if is this person M. Bison, or I don't know, or is he just, this person found this post and is trying to show where he's getting some of that information. I have no idea. In Chicago, they get downright blasted to shreds by about 50 cop killers with stolen assault weapons, known in Chicago as flash mob. In Chicago, guys don't even go alone to bars or nightclubs anymore because they know they'll get annihilated. And Chicago will fit Mila and Lorenzo Del Vecchio perfectly. In Chicago, all guys will flee from Mila and Lorenzo, as they do when near all unrelated couples there. On a side note, in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, it's actually illegal for guys to be put out in public unaccompanied. It's enforced by the Toronto Police Department and can easily result in a one-way trip to Toronto East Detention Center. And in Toronto, women don't even call the police anymore when they see a man by himself. Wait. It's illegal for men to be alone in public, and Toronto police officers often simply approach any man they see alone and arrest them without warning. Maybe Toronto, where guys that go out alone often end up in jail, might even fit Mila and Lorenzo. What? Oh, Rambo. Okay, so now Rambo. So I see Mila and Lorenzo are married. But there is one more thing us guys in Florida are ordering you both to do, that is to relocate back to Chicago. Us guys in Southwest Florida are tired of having to walk in 50+ foot circles around you two due to Lorenzo's aggressive nature towards other guys, like the stunt he pulled in 2017 at the Barbecue Bands Brew. All guys will give Mila 50+ feet of personal space, exactly like Lorenzo wants. In places like Millennium Park, Lincoln Park, Oak Street, okay. Single guys and guys that are alone generally don't go out anymore in Chicago, as they all too often become victims of shootings, homicides, stabbings, and brawls at Chicago bars, nightclubs, as well as even most tourist bars and nightclubs. Since when does guys going out? I've never heard of this. Is this a thing that I'm just not aware of, that guys aren't allowed to go out by themselves? And then if so, I thought it was more like women got to be careful going out by themselves, because I didn't know like this was like a thing with guys. Am I like missing something, guys? Anyway. Guys are learning more and more that Chicago's proper. Approaching within 60 feet or less of a woman is as likely to get a guy blasted to shreds. P.S. Mila and Lorenzo, as far as I know, have been together since 2014, if not earlier. But because she was with him. She was with Wade in 2019. Us Florida guys are tired of walking in 50. Okay, what is this? Now we got Rambo. Lorenzo just talking about the 50 feet crap. Can we get on to something else? This is really making this whole thing even look stupider. Okay. It's the same crap. This is so silly. This is that one that disappeared at the spa in 2020. Remember? Lauren Dumelo. This is the one that Wade brought up in that interview. She's been missing since 2020, and they think she disappeared at the spa. Like the spa has something to do with it. This is that Joshua that was testified that called 911 when Wade went to his business and asked to get him out of town, get him a ticket. He called 911. That's the Joshua. Okay. It's Peter and Mila. So this is Mila. Where's Peter? Isn't that Joshua? That looks like maybe I'm wrong. It looks like that guy that testified. It looks like a younger version of him. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it looks like it could be him like 5-7 years ago, maybe. But help me out, guys. Yeah, I know it's not proper. I'm just silly, Alicia. It was like, have you ever heard just to be silly? Like, I know it's not. I'm not stupid. I mean, I know it's not it's not a proper way to say it, but it's not correct. But I just be silly. I'm stupider. Yeah, I said it. Just to be silly. I don't know. I mean, everybody knows what I mean when I said it, right? I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Just wanted to make sure it's just my silliness. Anyway, so where are they saying? Okay, Peter and Mia. So maybe that's not Joshua. Okay, I don't know. All right. Who do we got here? Lorenzo. There's Lorenzo. Wait a minute. Are we sure that this is who she's married to? I gotta find this out. Because knowing the way this person's from Germany, so they might not have access to, well, maybe they do. But I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I feel like they got the name of her husband, typed it in, and there's somebody that has the same name, but not the same Lorenzo. And they are like, oh, that's him, instead of like making sure that that's the right one. But I don't know, though. Let me see. Let's see if it's really him. Does anybody know? Yeah, right? All right, I'm going to look that up in a minute, but let me just see what she found. Let me turn this around. Well, I got dizzy for a minute. Okay. We're going to look them up, but who do we got here? There's so she's showing Joshua's wife that she's represented by this Daniel who's married to the person that represents Wade. Big freaking deal. I'm sorry. It means nothing. It's not like, and I like, it'd be, maybe I would look more into it and be like, if you're like, oh, this is her best friend or something, but still who cares? Joshua was just somebody that was scared because Wade said that, so call 911. All right. Hey, Wade, here we go. This is the letter that he wrote to Wade. Well, I'm getting dizzy for some reason. I think I'm dehydrated. Hold on. Oh, I am dizzy. Like I'm like spinning kind of. At first I was like, oh, I thought I was just looking sideways and made a joke, but I really am. I feel like I haven't drank enough water yesterday or today, but I don't know if that's why. Dang it, I want to read this. All right, let me try. Yeah, I ate. Well, I ate at like 5 was the last time I ate, but I mean, I'll be all right. I don't think it's that. I think it's more dehydration, maybe. I don't know. But it's weird because usually when I get dehydrated, I know the feeling and I don't get dizzy. I get like a different kind of feeling. And sometimes if it gets real bad, I'll get the muscle spasms or the like. I got it real bad where it was like every muscle. It was just when I was in Colorado. Every muscle started like, what is the word? Retracting or whatever. I remember like I was living with Randy, like, oh my God, Randy, I don't know. And we just got back walking and like hot. And I'm like, wonder if I'm dehydrated. And I chugged a bottle of water and started getting better. But I usually don't get like dizzy like this from it. That's why I don't know. I hope that's all. Okay, let me try. So this is the I'm trying to think how many cups of coffee. No, I didn't have that much coffee. I only had a McDonald's coffee. I actually had less than what I normally had. So I had a McDonald's coffee earlier. That was my first cup. And that lasted me like all day. I drink it slow because it doesn't taste as good. Like I drink my coffee way faster because it tastes so good. And then I had my cup. I only had 2 cups actually. Usually I have like 3 or 4. All right, so Wade. So this is the letter he wrote to Wade, right? Wade. Hey, Wade. Okay, it's Jennifer. It is a girl. Hey, Wade. It's Jennifer from Germany. I don't speak English very well, but I hope you still understand me. I need to know where you met Melissa. Who's Melissa? Oh, Melissa, Mila. Can you explain this to me? I know that you're innocent. I watched all the negotiations on Law and Order. That's why you guys were saying Law and Order, because you saw this before I read it. Oh my God. I can't. That's classic. That explains it all. That explains it all. So this person thinks they're an expert because they watched Law and Order. Oh my God. Okay. That's good. That's good stuff. Yeah, muscle spasms. But like, I got it, Alicia, one time. So the worst, I've been dehydrated, where I almost like had to call 911. This is in Colorado, where it was spasming, but it was like more than spasming. They were almost like in a way where it was, I forget what is the word for it, where they were gonna like, not spasm, but a step further than spasm, where they were like whereas like all of them all at once were doing it. I can't think of the word, because spasm's not it. What is it called? There's a word for it, I feel like. But like when they're all doing it at the same time, it was scary. It was like it was like it was very scary. Like, what is this? I thought I was dying. But that was the worst I ever got. But yeah, spasms though, like I'll get just spasms when it's even mild. But then I feel like I get like a headache. I don't have a headache at all. I'm starting to feel a little bit better though. Hope it doesn't come back. Yeah, I get a headache and I'll get like just this, I don't even know how to describe it. All right, so let me continue here. So she watched all the negotiations on Law and Order and spent nights researching to prove your innocence. You immediately notice that something is wrong with the whole case. I also wrote to your lawyer, Mr. Lee Hollander, but he ignores me. First, I'll write to you about all the discrepancies and then the evidence that all the witnesses are in cahoots. I know from social media that many women write to you because you are beautiful. But I'm not like other women. I really want to save your life. And even though I'm German, I don't care about your swastikas. Wow. Because this is about you and not your tattoos. Christine Melton, you met at the Buddha bar and didn't have an argument. Just fun and sex. You had no motive to kill Christine. Everyone did cocaine with Jason Shepard, but Jason gave you other drugs. During the negotiation, Jason emphasized that Melissa is a very beautiful woman. The two know each other, but I'll explain that to you in a moment. If you had killed Christine, you wouldn't have just left her in the middle of the house. Even if you had rigor mortis, you could have carried her because she was rolled up in clothes. It makes no difference whether the body is hard or soft, because when rolled up, it always has the same shape. Your DNA wasn't found on Melton. No DNA from Melton was found on you either. But the crazy thing is he admits to having sex with her and stuff. So if your thing is like, oh, you couldn't have killed her because there's no DNA. Well, yeah, he could have, because if he could have got as close enough to her to have sex with her, which he admits, and there's no DNA, then obviously he could have killed her with no DNA. Does that make sense? So I don't understand how there was no DNA on her. Did he clean her off? Was there no DNA, guys? Those of you that watched it all, the trial? Because like I said, I haven't gotten through everything yet. Was there a no DNA on her? If that's the case, then that even makes you think more that it was him, because if not, he would have DNA because they had sex and they were intimate and together all night. So there should have been DNA, unless if he was trying to hide something. So then he cleans her off because he was trying to hide his DNA, and he wouldn't try to hide it if he was just having sex and he didn't kill her. But I don't know. I don't want to get too far into my thoughts because I don't know if there was DNA on her. No, I'm not talking about, but Alicia, I'm talking about DNA. Like, There could have been DNA. I mean, if he was intimate, touching her, there's hair, anything. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, if he could be that close by having sex with her and somehow doesn't get DNA, then obviously he could have killed her and not got DNA, right? But like I said, it you would think that there would be some kind of DNA. And if not, then either he cleaned her or just sometimes, I don't know. Okay, so let me continue. Yeah, at least touch DNA or something, because and if that's the case, then like killing her, why would killing her make him have more DNA on her than sex? You know what I'm saying? So it's just, this person is not, I don't know. Where are we at? I wish I knew though if there was. Where are we at? Oh my Lord. Man, I'm not feeling good, but I want to finish this though. I think I'll be able to finish it. I don't remember where we're at though. Right here. Okay. Okay, so your DNA wasn't found on Melton. No DNA from Melton was found on you either. The prosecutor says that you unlocked Christine's phone with her dead face using Face ID. How can you use your phone all day long if you need her face to unlock it? And iPhone only unlocks with your eyes open. If your eyes are closed, it doesn't work. I have checked it. The iPhone locks itself again after a few minutes. That means you must have known Christine's code. That is proof that you didn't steal the cell phone and that Christine was still alive when you left her house. But like I said before, that makes no sense, because if you're saying that means you must have known her code, then why does that mean that she had to be alive? Because if he knew her code, then she didn't have to be alive when he left the house. They're not thinking of all the stuff they're saying. They're thinking it like one-sided by saying, oh, they had to know the code, you can't use the face. Well, yeah, you're actually saying more facts towards like the other way. Like, okay, he knew her code. You're saying that. Your theory is that he must have knew the code. Yeah. So then why are you saying she had to be alive before he left? He wouldn't have needed her then because he would have known her code. No sense. And let's say she did had her eyes open and he was able to use the Face ID. Let's say that it is what happened. I'm not saying it is, but let's say it is, and he was able to get the Face ID because he opened her eyes, or maybe her eyes were open, because some people do die and their eyes are open. So let's say he gets it to work. Then he could go into the settings and put do not lock, right? I forget how easy that is. Let me see. I mean, isn't that right there? It's not that hard, right? Hold on. Let me make sure. I got to remember where it's at. I might not be able to do it now just because of the way I'm feeling, but it's somewhere here. I'm pretty sure you could just put do not lock. You know, where once he's in, he could put whatever he wants if he knows how to do it. I always forget where that's at. Hold on, password. I don't know, but it's somewhere in here. And if he knew where it was at, he could just do that. Private is privacy. Yeah. Wait. Focus. It's got to be right here. Isn't it under privacy? Lockdown mode? Or no, I forget where it's at. Display. I don't know. It's somewhere, guys. Oh, I can't do it. But it's definitely somewhere where somebody could just do it if they knew where it was at. All right. Anyway. You didn't need the code. Yeah. Hi, Sarah, you're up. Wait, you didn't need the code if she. Good. That's good. Wake up laughing. I like that. That's the way to be. Wake up laughing. But I'm trying to find where the freaking code, or I don't know. Somebody, where is that in your settings? Because I want to see. Okay, yeah, do it. Do it. But yeah, okay. But it's somewhere in there. I forget where the settings is, but I was just curious of like how easy, but I'm pretty sure it is pretty easy. You just go in and put don't lock, right? I know it's somewhere. It's making me mad. Like, you know how I am, though. I might not be able to just give it up. I might have to find it. I can't just like stop. Somebody help me. Where is it at? This is making me mad. Personal notifications, sounds, it's not. No, screen time. Lock screen time settings. There we go. Oh, I have a passcode for mine. Or wait, I don't want to set it. Wait, I'm trying to. I don't know. I can't do this because it's making me put in things and then I'm going to forget. All right, but anyway, it's somewhere. I'm going to continue. I'm trying to find where the lock screen settings are. So if he could have went in and just turn on where it doesn't lock the screen, which I'm sure he could have. That could have been an option, is what I'm saying, because instead of this person, it's all this person staying. But yeah, it's somewhere there. Okay, so where are we at? It's notifications? Really? I wouldn't think that's where it was at. I don't know. No. It's really, you guys, I can't. It's really making me mad right now. Somebody has to find it for me. There we go. I found it. It's under display and brightness. Auto lock. Never. There you go. All you go is you go display settings and brightness. And then you go auto lock. And then you go never, and never auto locks. And then there he goes. Then he could use it all day there, Jennifer. And all he needs to do is one time open it up all day. He could use the phone all day. It takes 2 clicks of your finger. So there we go. Doesn't that make more sense than anyway? All right, let's continue here. Where are we at? If phone locks, okay, yeah, we already know that, buddy. The real perpetrator wanted Christine to be found quickly and deliberately, left her lying in the middle of the house. Your clothing tested negative for blood. Remember, this is a note, this is a letter she wrote to Wade. According to the doctor, Christine had bruising under her scalp from blunt force trauma. This means there must be a murder weapon. After a murder weapon, the type of crime was not investigated. So because there might be a murder weapon, that means it can't be Wade? Okay. Maybe because they realized, they said the cause of death was strangulation, right? So I don't know. Melissa Montanez. I do have to watch more of it because I was watching on one of the testimonies. They were talking about, I didn't even get to finish hers. I think she was the medical examiner. Maybe the one that was really young that she just had started. Was she a medical examiner? I forget. But she was talking about all the like bruising and lacerations and stuff and like blunt force trauma stuff. And I wasn't understanding that because I thought she was strangled. So I kept thinking, well, did she put up a fight and maybe he like banged her head like against, I don't know, is there a board, headboard on the bed or against the wall? Maybe because she put up a fight or something. So maybe there isn't a murder weapon. Maybe it's the wall and the bed. I don't know. But, and then there was one, like when she said like, what did she say? Some of the other injuries, I was curious how they would have got there. So, but I know she was sleeping, but or according to Wade originally, when he confessed to Mila, right? Didn't he say she was sleeping and then he was strangled her? So, I mean, she probably woke up and then she could have fought a little bit. I don't know. Who knows what happened? Or was she really sleeping? Do we know for sure? Maybe he beat her up first, or because didn't that come from him that she was sleeping and then he went and strangled her? Wasn't that because what he said? All right, let me continue. I might need to eat something. Man, I'm just feeling weird. All right. Melissa knew that you wanted to go with Jason. So she's saying, remember, this is to Wade. So she's saying, Melissa knew you wanted to go with Jason. That's why she said during the interrogation that she didn't want to go with strangers. So Melissa knew that you were staying with Jason Shepard for the night. Mila doesn't know where you met. Every woman knows where she first met her partner or when they met, but she deliberately doesn't say it. I'll tell you why. If Mila's nose exploded and there was blood everywhere, why wasn't there blood found on you? Mila and Joshua know each other. She has a photo together on Facebook in 2019. Benson's witness says the attack to Mila at 7:30. Mila says she slept until 8 and then saw your calls and messages. So either the witness could be off timing a little bit or Mila was. It's not that big of a deal. Witnesses are off. Their memory isn't perfect on everything, right? Amy says in her interview with the police, she did cocaine and met someone at the Buddha bar and spent the night there. I tried to contact her several times in the morning hours, but she was unavailable. At 8 a.m., she calls me back. In the trial, Amy says that Mila spent the night on the sofa with her. That's a lie. Joshua Lukic knew about the attack on Mila at Mila's spa before you were at Mateo Graphic. Someone called him and told him that was happening. Once again, proof that all the accomplices were in contact with each other on the day of the crimes. They all kept each other updated so that their plan would work. There's no visible blood there's no blood visible in the footage of the Mateo's Graphics surveillance camera. I don't think you can see my tattoos on you either. Was that even you? Oh my God. I can't. You're being forced into silence. I know that. You received your first threat when your parents' house burned down. That was a message to you to keep your mouth shut. Who forced you to give a statement to the police? I know you're under pressure, but I can help you solve the whole case. All the witnesses think they're smart, but I'm smarter. Stephen Testaseca. So this is, now she's going to go in. Huh? What were you guys talking about? Is Duck and Felon? Oh, hi, Duck and Felonies. When did you come? So now we're talking about Wade's biological father, Stephen, the one we just watched testify. Your father is very nervous about his statement. He says ma'am all the time and keeps grabbing his legs. First of all, anybody in a situation like that where your son is on trial for murder, okay, you're testifying against him. You're the one that called it in. Of course you're going to be nervous. And of course you're going to say ma'am. That's not that weird that you say ma'am. And that you're nervous. Come on. I'm sorry to say this, but your father sold you for money that day. He has debts which you can easily research on the internet. I know that your father and your father's wife have a criminal record. Your father's wife reported him for battery, touch, or strike. Why does your father emphasize that you are a good storyteller, even though a police officer called him before and said they were looking for you? Your father still said you were a storyteller, and I also know why. Because of your mental illness, everyone calls you crazy. That's why your father says you're a storyteller, so that the jury knows that they can't believe anything you say because you're crazy. I also have panic attacks and an anxiety disorder, but that doesn't mean we're crazy. Diane Ruiz. Diane's wallet was intentionally placed at the school as bait so the police would quickly become aware of Diane and connect you to it. You couldn't have strangled Ruiz with one hand in the car. If Ruiz was fighting for her life and defending herself, you can't drive normally. Because he probably pulled over or stopped the car right there. It's not that hard. You would have to get in a car accident or drive off the road. Witnesses should have seen this because it was mid-morning in the middle of town. They say you should have driven over Ruiz 10 to 20 times. And why don't the police examine the underside of the car? Do we know that they didn't, though? Maybe they did, but they didn't need to specify it too much in the trial because they had enough. I don't know. Maybe did they or not? I need to look into that. But maybe they just didn't play all the trial and they did. I don't know. The area where Ruiz was found was uneven. There should have been hair, skin, clothing, or blood. The police still didn't examine the underside of the car. According to statements, Ruiz was never absent from work. What? Still, no one at work reported her missing. One of Ruiz's coworkers tells the police officer that it's very unusual that Ruiz doesn't come to work. If it's so unusual, why doesn't anyone report it to his family? If you've been covered in blood because of her nose, Ruiz would never have gotten in the car with you. I also know Ruiz's cell phone got into the Nissan. I'll tell you in a moment. So now this person's saying they know how Ruiz's cell phone got into the Nissan. Instead of the most obvious, it's got to be this crazy little story that has to have a bunch of people playing a part and work perfectly instead of it just being the most obvious, right? Patrick Power. Patrick says he saw the Nissan on the property at 12 or later. Ruiz started work at 9:30 a.m. That means Ruiz must have been in the car with you for 3 hours. Oh. That makes absolutely no sense. Power then wanted to take, wait, but why? Okay, on what property? Which property are they saying? Where would that be? I'm trying to think. That means she was dead, so her body could, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that she was alive for 3 hours with him. I don't know. I just need to know, like, right now I'm not familiar with all the locations yet, so I don't know. I have to look into that, what they're saying as far as this address. But that means Rez must have been in the car. Okay. Power then wanted to take a look straight away. What was going on in the property, but forgot. Plus, Power couldn't see who drove the car. Wade, where were you really in the time of 9:30 to 12? They grabbed you. That's right. And what and what to say to your father on the phone? Am I right? You hurt your teeth there too. Who did this to you among those perpetrators? I know your confession to the police wasn't real. I heard it, and it was way too dramatic. You tried to convince the police that you committed the murders. That's why it's important to you to sell the story as best as possible. I'm not sure if the call to your father actually happened, or whether you all told the story right away. Otherwise, your father's wife would have called the police and not messaged the police. They would have heard your confession live on the phone. But since the call probably never happened, they couldn't broadcast a call live to the police. You were forced to confess, and the real perpetrators blackmailed you between 9:30 a.m. and around 12 p.m. Hurt you and put you under pressure that you would do something to your family if you didn't take responsibility for the murders. Wait, I know because I'm smart about such things. You can't fool me. And now I'll explain to you why all the witnesses know and you were framed. Huh. I studied every witness and their family and acquaintances on the internet for days. And she watched Law and Crime. So she's definitely an expert in this stuff. So we got to take her like, this is for real. This is a for real expert. So yeah. I also have a lot of screenshots that prove my statements. I put them in the letter for you. Josh and Melissa have known each other for a long time. The two have a photo together. Okay. I think we already heard that about 4 times already. The big photo. They have a photo together. Whoa. They have a photo together in 2019, which is not even, wait. So not even a year before the murders. But that means they've known each other for a long time. Well, what constitutes a long time? Because that don't even put them knowing each other for a year. But who cares if they knew each other for a long time anyway? They both have connections to Mila's husband. Wait, who are we talking about now? Oh, Josh and Melissa, or Josh and Mila. Lorenzo is registered as secondary offender. Oh, a secondary. Okay. It's supposed to be SO. You can also see this on the internet. Okay. Just repeat all this. There he is listed. Okay. It's no coincidence that you met Jason at the bar. He lured you. They all wanted to get rid of you on purpose and frame you for the murders on TripAdvisor. Wait, hold on. On TripAdvisor, an internet site with reviews from customers of Mila's spa, 3 customers wrote that you should not get closer than 50 feet to Melissa as a man because otherwise you will be done. Actually, I was going to bring up the website, but I have to look at the reviews. I'll have to check that out. I didn't look at those yet. So here's one of the spa reviews. On Sunday, April 9th, 2017, a man by himself at the annual barbecue and brew event held at the Alliance of Arts was attacked and viciously hurled into the dirt by Mila's husband. I'm not going to read this whole thing about the 30 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, whatever, Rambo, M. Bison. Oh, wait. They can't walk alone. A man can't walk alone in Chicago because he'll get downright blasted to shreds by 50 cop killers and stolen assault weapons, known in Chicago as a flash mob. It always happens. If a man is by himself in Chicago, he is blasted. I mean, I've never heard this. And you can't walk 50 feet, or you can't walk within less than 100 feet to Mila. Okay? Guys don't go alone in bars or nightclubs anymore because they know they'll get annihilated. And all guys know Mila. So every guy in Chicago knows, oh, there comes Mila 100 feet away. Come on. What is this person talking about? And then they say that in Toronto, it's illegal for guys to be out in public unaccompanied. I'll have to look that up. Never knew that was illegal, but I can't say yes or no because I don't know, but I've never heard of that. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It sounds kind of weird, but let's see. We're looking it up because I got to know, at least the Toronto thing. And it says Toronto women don't even call the police anymore when they see a man by himself. It's illegal for men to be alone in public. And officers often simply approach any man they see alone and arrest them without warning. I don't know. Is that true about that, though? The Toronto public thing. Let me see. I don't know. It seems not. I feel like I have trouble believing that that's true, but I never looked up the laws, so I'm gonna have to look. All right, so we're gonna skip through this. Wait. What is this? Crown Fountain. Honolulu, that's where they're having their honeymoon. Why not Chicago? Why not even Detroit? So clearly their mission is to steal paradise from us other guys by striking terror into our hearts. Lorenzo will blast any other guy to smithereens that gets within a football feet of Mila. Oh my God, I can't right now. All of these reviews texts were written by different people. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened in this bar in 2017, but I'll find out too. He's saying all these it's probably this person writing all this. Silly. Okay, it's the same stuff that we already read. that he wrote to the judge or whoever he wrote. Oh, this might be a little bit different. Okay, here's some. It's okay. Here we go. So they're saying that father testified against you because he has debt. Lorenzo offered him a lot of money to testify against you. And who is a trustworthy witness? Where did I go? Who will never turn against his child if it were a lie? A father would say so. So, of course, the jury thought you were the murderer because your father testified against you and he would never lie because you were his son. This way they have a credible witness. But do you see what he's saying? So he's saying a father wouldn't do it. If he's his father, then why he wouldn't do it? So why is he doing it? You know what I'm saying? You're saying two things and both, they go against each other. Does that, you guys following? If a father wouldn't do it, then his father didn't do it. There you go. Oh my Lord, I can't with this person. But it's not just Lorenzo who's behind it. His whole band, New Machine, are murderers, but he's the boss of them all. He's also called Zoe. That is his nickname. You are right in the interview that Mila's spa is used for prostitution and human trafficking. And Amy was or is a stripper at Scarlet in Fort Myers. She's also a part of everything. This is how Mila and Amy met. And it all runs through the zavgirl family. Mila's spa is just a cover. Through Mila's spa customers, they also come to new victims and women. Lauren Brittany Dumelo was a customer at Mila's spa, and she has been since 2020. This is a huge criminal ring, and you become a victim of them. She knew that you were mentally ill and that no one would believe you because of that. And again, the pull with the DNA from you was also intentional because they knew that you had a criminal record for SA with a weapon. It's supposed to look like it was you who put the curtain rod in Christine. The cell phones got into the Nissan through Lucas. And I also know when the police first saw the Nissan at Mateo's Graphics, until the police arrived, Joshua was alone in the car because you were trying to escape to the Amlin family. At the time, he put Diana's cell phone in the car. Ruiz's blood in the car was placed there intentionally by the real perpetrators so that the police think you have already abused them during the trip. But Ruiz was only killed by the perpetrator after you briefly took her away. You were followed by them all night. Jason told the perpetrators when you left his house. Now it makes sense why no DNA from the victims was found on you, but only on the objects that were supposed to point to you. Because you didn't kill the victims, but Lorenzo's. Because they laid the clues themselves to make it look like you were the perpetrator. And Jason didn't give your phone back to you on purpose. He was responsible for setting you up with Christine, drugging you so you wouldn't know what was going on behind your back, and destroying the evidence on your phone. That's why he didn't give it to the police until 3 or 4 days later. Jason and Joshua's wife's neighbors for a long time. Wait, Jason and Joshua's wife were neighbors, okay, for a long time. Her family's sister currently still live there. There's only one at there where Jason Shepard lives. The Hellcat was found on Edison Bar next day. Amy found the Hellcat the very next day. And by chance, they're saying. Okay. Amy says in the trial that Mila was with her all night. That was a lie. She doesn't have a specific drug of choice, but know to use cocaine and met some from Buddha and spent the night there. I'm going to contact her several times throughout the early morning hours, but she was not reachable. Been calling around 8 p.m. today. Oh, so this must be a message. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Oh, God. Amy says that, here's the quote. In her statement, she says, and I quote, she doesn't have a specific drug of choice, but know to use cocaine and met from the Buddha bar and spent the night there. I go into contact her several times throughout the early morning hours, but she was not reachable and calling around 8 a.m. This means Mila was, oh, my earphones are just died. Mila was with one person the night. I don't know. This is getting on my nerves. Oh, we're almost done. Joshua has a previous conviction for strangulation. Rosemary is a monster. She writes on many social media that you deserve the death penalty and you are a murderer. You're not the man in the video at Mateo's Graphics. Your tattoos are missing and your gait is completely wrong. So they're a gait expert too. What tattoos are missing? You know, he got a lot of those after. I don't know. There were two Nissans at 12 p.m. The Nissan is captured on camera at Mateo's Graphic. During interrogation, police officer Christopher Anzalone says he got the call at 1:37 and drove to Mateo's Graphics immediately after the call. The Nissan was impounded and loaded onto the tow truck and transported to the police station. Officer Timothy body camera captured you at 3:17 taking in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack, taking in a black Nissan. How are you supposed to own the Nissan in the afternoon when it's already taken into police custody at that time? So he got the call at 1:37 and drove to Mateo's Graphics. The Nissan was impounded and loaded into this truck. I don't know. I don't trust. Let me see what you're talking about. Show me where these times and what you're talking about. I will publish everything. I will fight for justice until you are a free man. I will include all TV channels, newspapers, social media flood with truth. Judge Thompson should be ashamed that he didn't see these noticeable mistakes as judge or simply ignored. This is not fair to the victims and their families. It's not fair to you. Germany is the country of thinker and poet, and I will prove that I am a woman who thinks more than any jury and judge in America. I promise you. I will help you. I promise you. The perpetrators are still in Cape Coral or Fort Myers on the way. Nobody can fool me. I also immediately understood your hidden signs. Your sign, East Coast, should have given me a clue to the east of the USA. And Mila and Lorenzo lived in Chicago, and Lorenzo is from Illinois. I immediately understood your help me in the negotiation where you spoke with your mouth. Who forced you to confess? And who really knocked your teeth out, Wade? Who can I write all this to so that they finally understand that you're not their murderer? Please. I send you a request in smart communication. My name's Jennifer, 19923. I know you are not a monster. Please stay strong. Oh my Lord. Thank God that's over. I can't do anymore. Oh my Lord. Well, I might have to end this for the night, but this is probably going to be a 3 or 4 parter because I still have, what letter are we on? That's only like the 3rd letter. We have 11 altogether from different people. Still have a bunch of videos I want to play. Still have some court other documents. And then when I get the files that I requested, I'll have more. So, I mean, we're going to be covering this case for a while. I do want to start Ezra soon too. Hopefully I'm going to try to do 2 at a time. I got to. This one just sucked me in though. It really did. Oh, hey, Kayla, 22 months. Thank you. I'm glad you're here though. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it a night because I got to get some sleep. Oh, Gooch. So glad to have you back. How have you been? Probably. Oh, let me show you the Sarah sent me some of these screenshots of these people. That brings it up for what you said. This made me think of it. Watch. Look at these people, like fans. He has tons of freaking fans. I mean, it is just, so I think some, I guess, would maybe. Hold on, let me show you. like people like, look, I found my future husband. All the red flags are there. I think it will work. I'm sure he didn't mean it. Why is Sophia fine? I'm sorry, but I would have been willing victims so fast. Anyway, but yeah, I have a lot more to go over, guys. Like I said, this is just going to be part 1, and we'll finish. I mean, we'll keep doing it because this, like I said, this one really sucked me in for some reason because it's just, I don't know. This stuff is like fascinates me, but like how somebody is like so not right in the head. And I like to try to like look at his history, his family life, look at like, we got to listen to the testimony of the doctor too. That'll be next too. And just try to like kind of figure out what the heck happened here. Cause this guy's not right. He will definitely commit over and over and over. And I think he's killed a lot of people in his life. I really do. And like, if he ever gets out, he would keep killing. Has nothing to do with drugs. Yeah, the drugs probably enhance stuff, but drugs or not, he would be having that urge to kill. He's got that urge regardless. He's got something not right in his head. I'm just interested because, let me show you this article where it talks about, hold on. Well, actually, some of the documents too. So I'm going to wait. So we go over them because I want to go over the documents where it talks about like what they're trying to get before sentencing. They're trying to get, different, the MRI and the health experts, and they're trying to get these evaluations and stuff. And they break it down like the costs and stuff of it. So I hope they do get an MRI. Not that he's not. I mean, I guess. I don't want to, it's going to be a waste of money. So, but maybe not, because for research, it is actually good research. So to find, like, let's say they do MRI and they find some stuff that are different, in his brain, then it is kind of important because then they can kind of understand different parts of the brain and what it makes you do, like, okay, he's got this kind of impairment. It's making him act this way. So actually it is important for research and stuff. But where I was going for is not important as far as like, he's not going to be able to get treated. He's not going to be able to get released. He's so dangerous. I don't care if you find out what's wrong with him, which I love looking into that and finding out. It's interesting to me and I like learning about it, but there's nothing you learn about it and then there you go. You can't let him out. You're not going to be able to really treat him. You might have some kind of treatment that could help a tiny bit. There's no like full treatment. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that's going to make him safe to be around people. I'm sorry. No way. So, but yeah, it'll be interesting. I do hope they give him an MRI. I want to see what they find. So I'll go through some of the court documents, and I didn't get to read them all. So I'm waiting to like read them with you because I want to see if they okayed that, like at the MRI and stuff, if they are going to get it for sure. I want to see something. Sorry if I'm not making too much sense. I am like, I'm fried. Not fried, like, talking about like feeling weird. I think I just need some sleep and more water, but I just feel like, yeah, out of it. I just want to try to find this article real quick. I guess I could show you real quick what I was talking about. Oh my God, I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, I'll just read it next time. I can't find that one I was going to do, but okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Do brain scans. But it would require deputies to escort Wilson to the facility. I just want to know if they okayed it here. Okay. Says, I don't know if he would be prepared to render an opinion as to whether or not my client had an organic brain damage without those. That's why they need the scans, which I do agree. They should get them. I don't think it should affect anything, but just to know. I mean, it's good to have that for research too, and just to understand it better. But the exam would cost $10,000. As for the doctor, Shirley says he also needs more time to run his own tests on Wilson, which is different from what was already done by other doctors who testified during the trial. Also, both doctors have schedule conflicts. The state attorney's office said the scans are not necessary because there's no evidence Wilson had any brain injuries before the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. I don't think it's necessary as far as like anything that determines anything about him and what happens to him necessarily, but for research purposes and to understand it, I think it's really important to do that. Don't you guys? Just to have that, no, you know? I think it is, but I get it, not for him. I mean, for him to understand, but I don't think it should determine anything. Now, I guess maybe death sentence, because I'm not really like going to be mad if they decide not to give him the death sentence. As long as he's in there for life, that's all I care about. You know, the death sentence is just, I don't know. It doesn't need to be a death sentence to me. Like, I know a lot of people are really for it and they feel like it's not like complete justice unless if that happens, but I don't feel that way. So, I mean, and you just find that people do. I just don't. So I'm just giving my opinion on it. I feel like life in prison is enough. And like I said, I have like, what's the word? Oh my God, I can't even think of words right now. Extra. Like, I don't know which would be worse. Like, there's things about being on the death penalty or death sentence that does seem like it would be worse. And then things that the life in prison seem worse. I guess it depends on the person. You know, like if the person is just like wants to die, doesn't care, and isn't afraid, like, let's do it, then it might be worth it to just make them have the life in prison. And you know what I'm saying? I think it depends on the person, what would be worse. But I just think that there's different pros and cons for each as far as like thinking if like what would be worse for punishment, you know? I have a question. Put a 1 if you think the death penalty is worse sentence, and put a 2 if you think life in prison is worse. So if you were to ask me about a year ago, I would have put 200%. I always thought life in prison. But after talking to you guys about it and like really thinking about it, I don't know, because I keep thinking like what I was saying earlier, just knowing that that's coming and not when, and then putting it off for like 10, 15 years, knowing every day, you don't know, it could be that day where they don't give you that much of a warning. What, they give you a day, I think, or how, I don't know. I feel like it just happens. Sometimes you have no control. It's like, oh, there it is. And then not knowing, oh my God, is tomorrow the day? Oh my God, is tomorrow? Is it going to be like, when is it going to happen? And just that fear, that could be a good, like a horrible punishment. So, but also it depends on the person, because some people don't probably fear it as much, where they just want to end their life because they're just like, just get it over with. So like I said, it does depend on the person too, I feel. So I don't know. I go back and forth. But like I said, if about a year ago, I probably would have put 2. Now I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to vote because I don't know. So it looks like it's pretty. I don't know. Hey, H Rivers. So you guys, yeah, you guys enjoying this as far as for a case? Because like there's a lot, I want to go through a lot more. Plus, hopefully I'll be getting more too to go over. So yeah. This will be part 1. I'll change it to part 1. And so then tomorrow, or the next one will be part 2, and I'll just kind of continue it like that, because it'll be like a variety of all that each time, you know. I still have more videos I want to play, little trial highlights, and then more documents and stuff. And then, like I said, I'll try to do some Ezra stuff. I got to edit some stuff. So yeah, I'll try to do both of those. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom, and then I gotta just lay down, I feel like. But thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, thanks, Kaylee. Yeah, yep, you get your last meal. Yep, you get whatever you want, basically, they say, right? Supposed to. What is that? Okay. Oh, did these victims get that warning? No, I think wait, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, hold on. I'm not saying that I don't want the death penalty because I think it's too hard on him. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't know which is worse. Like, if you would ask me last year, I would say life in prison would be worse. But the more I think about it as a punishment, the more I think about it, it depends on the person. So no, I'm not saying I think that it's too good or he's too good for that. No. I'm saying, like, there's things about life in prison that I feel like would be worse too, depending on the person. And almost with him, I almost feel like life in prison might, well, I don't know, he's loving the attention. But the fact that he kept saying, like, I don't care, but that might just be bluff, and he might just be saying that to Mila to make her like feel like, you know what I'm saying? Remember, he said, I don't care, I'll just death, it doesn't bother me. But I don't know if he's really meaning that. But no, I'm not saying that. I just don't feel like the death penalty, like I said, there's reasons I don't feel like it would be worse. You know what I'm saying? So no, I'm not worried about him. Not like that. I hope people don't know. That's not what I meant at all. That when I was explaining that, I was trying to explain like what I think is worse in general. And I'm like, I used to think life in prison is worse punishment, but when I thought about it, it's like not knowing every day, that might be a worse punishment. But like I said, there's just different reasons where each would have it like bad. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, well, maybe this would be worse. Maybe this would be, I think they're both bad. And what I'm saying is, I just think either, like, I don't view the death penalty as a worse punishment. So therefore with him, I'd be happy with either, because I feel like, to me, they're both bad. You know what I'm saying? They're both almost like the same in a way. So I don't care either way. I'm not okay with him not getting the death penalty because I think he deserves better. I just don't think the death penalty necessarily is always worse. That's all. So yeah, no, he's horrible. Like, there's no helping him. He doesn't care about anybody. He only cares about himself. No, I don't feel bad for him. I just want him. I think the MRI would be good for knowledge about future, like, research to understand brains and, you know, different ways that certain damage affects different people. But for him, I mean, I don't think it should change anything about the way the judge, whatever the judge is going to go with, whatever the judge feels and is going to go with. I don't think whether or not he has some frontal lobe damage, I don't think that should necessarily affect that decision. But yeah, I think either way, he's punished, you know, and that's good. He deserves it. He doesn't deserve, because think about this. If for some reason they do, well, even So if for some reason they do not give him the death penalty, the judge doesn't do that, then like I think he's going to get jumped a lot in prison. He's probably going to get beat up a lot, I hope. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully he gets some punishment, you know? Because if he's on death row, aren't they more secluded? Like when you're on death row, I don't think he would. Do people really get like jumped, or is there a lot of violence on death row? Isn't it more like kind of like private, or no? That's what I vote for. What it like ultimately, if we were to pick for somebody like him to really know what is a worse punishment for him and then give it to him. So if we could understand what he doesn't want, you know what I'm saying? Would he rather, what is worse to him? Then give him that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't know what he would prefer. Give him the opposite of what he prefers. But I just know in the phone calls, he kept saying, like, without you, Mila, I don't care. And it almost seemed like people like him, it almost seems like maybe like death doesn't scare him that much. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So maybe like that wouldn't even be as bad as being in there. Well, you know what needs to happen is he needs to be in there, and his fans need to stop giving him money, because he probably isn't having that bad of a life, because he's probably having all these people, women, freaking in love with him, sending him money. So he's got the best food, clothes, he's able to buy commissary. So that makes me upset right there. Like with Paul, you know, when Paul was getting whatever, you know, he always had like the max filled on his commissary, I feel like, pretty much. And it's like he was loving it. He had his iPad. He had a better life in freaking jail than he did at home, I feel like, Paul, I mean. And so it's just like, I don't know. I just know he cannot be around. He needs to be locked up forever. I know that. Oh, let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, yes, that makes me happy. Because if he doesn't have the gang to back him up, then he won't be protected. So see, Carrie, think about that. It might be a worse punishment for him to not be on death row. Because I feel like he'll be more safe on death row from that stuff. Isn't that right? So it might be a worse punishment for him to just have life in prison. Now, like if he's not in a gang to protect him, no, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I think, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I think either one is bad punishments, you know. I don't know. He did. I thought it was just wrapped up with, because I was under the impression he probably grabbed the curtains, and the curtains are a part of the stuff that he wrapped her up in with the bedding, and then it was just the rod was just with it, because he, you know, just wrapped it up with it. I don't know. I don't think it was, Alicia. Not that I know of, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm still trying to learn more details about the case. All right, guys. Oh, well, it's this book right here that I wanted to read, but I can only read like excerpts from it. But maybe I will slowly just like read throughout the years, read a few here and there, because they always relate. Women who fall in love with like killers and stuff that reach out to people in prison. Maybe I should read a few pages here and there. I haven't even read that book. I haven't even read it yet, but it looks like really good. Maybe we will. But there's like a reason. There's certain types of women that do. I mean, it is a thing. It's a thing, and it's, you know, it's just a thing. But we actually read a really good, I can't get that. We actually read a really good article that quoted, used that as a source when we were going through the Paul and baby girl, and like, why do women like reach out to these dangerous men? And it makes sense. It does. It makes sense. There's things it's like, oh, that kind of makes sense. Not that it makes sense that we could, if we're not like that, that we could understand it through like a personal understanding if you're not like that, but it kind of is like logically in a weird way. It's like, okay, well, I guess it kind of makes sense in a way, like, because people are hard. I mean, they're sometimes it's like why, but it's just, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. Hi, Edith. Gary, thank you for sharing. So, did you say you do have contact with Mila anymore? Should see if she want to come and talk. Or Amy. So Amy was the one. Okay, well, her friend, yeah. And if you already answered, I apologize. I miss a lot of chat when I'm like reading, or I don't get to see a lot. The monitors? Wait, what are you talking about, Carlotta? What monitors? I missed it. Let's see. Oh, wait, what? What did you say monitors, though? All right, guys. Oh, really? Wow. That's just, oh, I just, man. Well, the ones that monitor heart rates are for the inmates in medical, not all inmates. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Is that a new thing? All right, I gotta go because I gotta go to the bathroom. Gotta pee so bad. All right, thanks everybody. I'll try to. I don't know for sure. Hopefully in a few, either tomorrow or the next day. Sunday is Sunday we have the court TV video about Shonda, the Shonda and Paul Vander Ark, Paul Ferguson and Shonda Vander Ark case, where they interviewed Paige. She's going to come on and we're going to watch it together when it premieres and kind of do like, behind the scenes, ask her about, what it was like. And they came and interviewed her. Her son's going to be with her. And if you have any questions, so think if you have any questions for Paige. Paige is Shonda's sister, remember? And I never did end up having a second interview. And I think there was still people that said, oh, like you had more questions for her. And if you haven't seen that, go check it out under my videos. It's the mods. Can you, hold on. I feel bad asking. Let me try to find it real quick. I can link it. I just got to pee so bad though. Oh my God. Hold on. So if you could watch the first one, and then if you do have any other questions, you could ask her. Yeah, I'm ending. I gotta pee so back. I mixed up what I was saying and then you saying we back. Oh my God. All right, bye guys. Oh, your comment above. Hold on. Wait, what? Or is it the... Okay, okay, every inmate is every moment. That's crazy. The other monitor's heart rate. Wow. That's pretty crazy. And I love that he wasn't accepted. That makes me happy. Definitely makes me really happy. For sure. All right. Yeah, I got to do that too. So whoever, that's another thing. So Wade's kids or kid. Like, I'm just curious. Well, not so much his kids, but the mother, because I'd be curious to try to find other people that dated him. I mean, what they have to say. Shoot, I still have the Kelly stuff too. We still have a bunch of videos to play for part 2. I do, and I'll probably add more. All right, I'm gonna go. I gotta go. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow or the next day or whenever I do the next live, which it'll be soon. Bye. Oh, thanks, Cassie, for joining. Oh, shoot. Are you still here? I'm sorry. I just saw that. I hope you're still here. Thank you. I don't know if you're still here because that was like 20 minutes ago. Sorry, I just saw it. Oh, the 27th. Oh, we'll watch it together. August 27th. We'll watch that together too. Good night. I know I could, but like, here's the thing, Carrie. I have this thing where I have trouble. Like, I would be on it for another 2 hours, and I know I shouldn't. So I'm using me have to pee really bad to get me off because I've already been on 5 hours. So I'm kind of like using that because if not, if I go and then come back, I will look at these weird spots. But if I go and come back, I will then be on for another couple of hours, and I know I should go to bed because I'm feeling better as far as I'm not dizzy anymore. But it must have been dehydration, right? Because I drank the water and now I'm not dizzy. I hope when I lay down I'm fine. But I just know I gotta go to bed. Yeah, I am. See, I am. Look how I'm having trouble going right now, and I have to pee so bad, and I'm having trouble leaving. I mean, do you see? Can you imagine if I go and I have that not forcing me? Like, I'll be on for another, who knows? At least an hour. Yeah, I got dizzy. It was weird, but I haven't been drinking that much water the last couple of days, so I chugged like a bottle and a half, or I finished the bottle I had, and then I drank this, and I'm not feeling dizzy anymore. It was weird, like it was just like spinny, like dizzy. You know, I've gotten lightheaded. I get lightheaded sometimes, but this was actually like dizzy. You know, like whoo, like spinny type. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. All right, bye guys. I'm ending it now. I'll say no testing. I need to go to bed. It's only, wait, it is only almost, I mean, it's only 1. Maybe I don't need to go to bed. But I mean, I'm looking at 5 hours. I like, some people like they won't click on it because it's like they get too overwhelmed. And I feel like we went over some good stuff. I want people to not feel too overwhelmed if it's like 6-7 hours. But we might be already past that point because we're already at 5 hours. Oh my Lord. I know, saying it is, but I should go. I gotta go. Bye. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Alicia. I do. I feel better as far as dizziness, so that's good. It probably was just dehydration, I guess. I hope. I'm starving, but I've been eating so much that, you know, I ate dinner, but like, that's another thing. If I stay up, I'm just going to be tempted to eat a snack, and I need to stop eating so late, dude. I've been eating so crappy. I feel like, is there anything else I needed to tell you? I don't think so, guys. All right, bye.